My role here at TBC, which is the Business Clinic, is facility and security. What is security? I take care of the assets here, and it's a beautiful environment. I am responsible for things that are urgent, like your plugs, your asset. Basically, I would say these things are assets because they're available. They make the TBC to function. They are the backbone, actually, of TBC. So I'm responsible for gadgets, for the cameras, for everything that is in this house. I'm responsible for it. And my role is to make sure that everything is working properly before and after, that it has been returned to me and it is in a good condition. Sometimes you might say something is good only to find that it's good on the outside, but inside it's not functioning properly. So both worlds have to be intertwined. It has to be good in functioning. It has to be in good condition. So that's my role here at TBC, which is the Business Clinic.
Hi, I am the executive assistant here at the Business Clinic. I think I do quite a lot of things, quite a lot of different things that maybe might not comprise what a EA does in particular. But for one, in my natural role, I just help assist not just executive, the CEO, but also the other parts of the team. Just try and assisting them into being a well-oiled machine and making sure that they don't miss meetings, making sure to schedule meetings, sometimes following up on activities and just making sure that everybody knows what's happening, what they need to do, getting them prepared for events potentially that we have, etc., and just connecting the dots sometimes where there's a missing link. And I think apart from just that, I also walk in sometimes and I'm a presenter. I put on my presenter hat, and I do presenting for the 4IR Aquatech news segment that just gets slots into our 4IR Aquatech masterclasses. And it's super awesome coming in and being able to be a presenter because I've always been a presenter and I've always loved to speak, and speaking's been my thing, and getting people informed and letting people know things. I've always love doing that, and it's actually really fantastic being able to do that. And I think I love the ability to be agile and dynamic, that you're not just coming into the workplace and wearing one hat and doing one thing every day, but in my nature I love change, I love being dynamic, I love openness, I love being able to wear different hats. It helps me, my growth, and exercising all my a lot of skills that I have, and growing more skills and getting better at certain things that I might not have been better at, that I didn't even know I could do. And I love the openness, and I love the challenge that comes with it, and the triumph that comes as you face the challenge.
So my role in the Business Clinic is quite simple to explain, but quite intricate to delve into. It's business advisory. So we are really looking into capacitating entrepreneurs and making them better than what they are when they come in. So those responsibilities really delve around advisory, they delve around strategy, they delve around certain tactics that we can put into the business model, or making the business model better. So it's really much one that has to come in with a huge barrage of knowledge so that it can be tailor-made to each and every one of those different entrepreneurs. So I guess in a nutshell, that explains who I am professionally within the Business Clinic.
Yes, my roles and responsibilities. I'm the community manager for the Business Clinic. It primarily entails looking after the space, management of the space, of course, management of stakeholders and people in the space as well, making sure that the community is thriving and making sure that the temperature of the community is good. And then I handle incubation and platforms for the SRT groups. That means now, in terms of people that we incubate, handle programs that we have, management of stakeholders as well comes into play, and then platforms as well, digital tools that we have, making sure that everyone has the tools that they need to actually be productive.
I am the Strategic Projects Coordinator as well as the Fundraising Coordinator here at the ICRD Group and the Business Clinic. It's my job to ensure that we create exciting structures within our different projects. We run projects like entrepreneurship development, exciting ways to bring arts, media alive to our clients as well. And it's very exciting to work with a team of people where everybody's different. That's how the company was introduced to me. Everybody's creative, everybody's different. We have our own ways of collaborating and coming up with ideas which can be exciting and challenging at the same time. And it's my role to ensure that all of those beautiful ideas translate into something that is beautiful for our client.
The environment is pretty much, I wouldn't say formal, I also wouldn't say laid back. It is a nice go-between in the formal and the laid back. So, I mean, the focus here is that we must understand that we are a triple bottom entity and we are Pan-African at heart. So ours really is to make sure that we don't lose that within our work, within our culture, and most importantly, within the results that we want to put out to the world. So ours really, I mean, if you can see the spaces here, each and every space has a name that represents one of the biggest capitals around the continent. So currently we're in Accra, which is in Ghana. Next door, which is the boardroom, is Lagos, right? And all that is centered around Lagos being one of the biggest economies in Africa. So if we want to say that we're doing business, we're in the boardroom, we are also mirroring the Pan-Africanism, if that is even a word. So that's what it is really. The experience is pretty much, or rather the environment is pretty much on that.
Our work environment here, actually the environment here, it's a beautiful environment. We have young people. We have, it's not about age per se. It's not about age per se, but it's about what you bring on the table. Some people bring relevancy, some people bring ideas. So the environment here, it's beautiful, it's conducive, it's energetic, it's young, it's fresh, it's vintage, and it has that feel of between home and work. So it's an environment where you can be able to walk barefoot and be creative and look outside the window and see the traffic, and you get inspired by being around the space. There's books. If maybe you feel that you need some empowerment or motivation, there are books. We have a library here, so you can just charge up your thoughts, because what's important is what you think. Most people would say, how you feeling, which is a good word, but my take would be, how are my thoughts? If my thoughts are not good, then I won't be a productive person. But if my thoughts are good, then my environment will show, because I'll be a pleasant and a welcoming person to the environment.
To walk into TBC, I remember the first day I walked in here, it really felt like home. I mean, it is very industrial looking, and the structure of the place is very industrial, but the furniture, and not just the furniture that fills this place up, but also just the people. You feel the earthiness of it, you feel the warmth of it, you feel, the connectedness that makes maybe something that might seem really cold and removed, but making it very much warm and cozy. Yes, there is structures and everything, but it is still home, since it is a co-working place, the third place. And it is awesome feeling that, it is awesome working in that, and it just fit perfectly with my personality, and it fit perfectly with who I am. And I think being young, I'm one of the youngest people in the group, and it is awesome being given the chance to almost living in a hybrid of not just being in corporate, but also being in a place that harnesses your creativity in all. So you're learning the professional life. I'm learning the professional life. I'm learning how to interact professionally with different people, different kinds of people walk into this place. I'm learning how to do that, but at the same time, because it's such an open space, it's not stifling and it's not corporate.
Do I need to pick this up? Can I leave it here? Okay, I wanted to see that I'm online. Hmm?
Are you silent?
Hmm?
Are you silent?
Oh, am I supposed to be saying things? Hello, hello. Okay, cool. Harvey, please wave, Miss Eastop, if you can hear me. There we go. And I've been having an entire conversation with myself, by myself, to myself. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Happy Monday. Whatever that means for you. And my name is Cindy Dladla. My name is Cindy Dladla. And I'm reporting live from the business clinic and we are doing all things entrepreneurship. We are celebrating in the spirit of Global Entrepreneurship Week, which runs from the 8th until the 12th of November annually. And we decided to take things a little bit further, and we decided to do a month-long festival looking at the four various touch points, key elements rather, of sustainable entrepreneurship. So we've been looking at a theme per week, and the first week we had environmental entrepreneurship. Second week we had economical entrepreneurship. Third week we had social entrepreneurship, and in the last week, which was last week, the final week, which is last week, we had cultural entrepreneurship. So these next 2 days, we are just wrapping up the festival. No theme these 2 days, so I call it week 5.2. So it's not the fifth week, but it's week 5.2 for some arbitrary reason, and that's what we are doing. And like I said, all of these key elements and all of these touch points of sustainability and entrepreneurship, we are looking at the fourth industrial revolution and plugging in to the digital economy. So that's where we are, that's where we at, and we've had quite an exciting month of a lot of events and festivities that have been taking place, and we had, yeah, quite a lot. I can't even count. I'm trying to count the numbers, but I'm like, we've had over 50 speakers. I swear, we've had over 50 speakers hosting masterclasses, keynote addresses, showcases, innovation films. We had something called the Innovation Bioscope. So it's Bioscope, not Bioscope. Bioscope, and we've had Amakip Keep, just in the spirit of bioscoping, and we were reviewing entrepreneurial themed films and just unpacking what entrepreneurship is in the global scale, I suppose. And then looking at, of course, the adverse effects of the COVID. Wow, the COVID global pandemic. We're looking at entrepreneurship and how we can thrive and move on from that. So our theme, or rather our operative word for this festival, is thrive. Hashtag thrive. So don't forget to follow us on our socials. Hashtag startup business fest 21, or what is it? Hashtag thrive, or hashtag startup hack 21. And we actually had a hackathon over this weekend rather, and it was quite an insightful and learning and educational and what have you not experience. All right, I think we are ready to take on Miss Tracy Lee Easthorpe. Miss Tracy Lee Easthorpe, hey, how's it?
Hello.
How's it?
Hello.
Are you talking? I can't hear you.
I'm talking. Can you not hear me?
Let's just check the sound on the actual device, on the laptop. On the. All right, I think something's happening. Perhaps on the actual laptop, because that's what happened the last time. Please say something.
Hello.
Say something now, or I'm giving up on you.
Hello. Hello.
I can't hear you, my darling.
I can hear you.
You can't hear me.
No, I can hear
But
you.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Just check the volume there. Yeah, on the actual device. Okay. Hi, Bo. It's a Monday. It's definitely a Monday. It is one of those Garfield days, and that's perfectly fine. Progress, not perfection. Inside joke. Our technical team is on it, running around like headless chickens. All right, while they do that, I'm going to introduce you to actually Miss Tracy. Miss Tracy, everyone else can can hear me. It's just that we're trying to get feedback from you. But then while we run around like headless chickens, even though I'm just sitting chilling here, I'd like to say Miss Tracy is a very, very good friend of mine, and she has done so many wonderful things in her career, but also in her personal life. And looking at the fact that this week, actually last week rather, we started at 25, wow, on the 25th we started 16 days of activism against women and children violence, against women and children abuse. We're looking at women and children within our conversations. Yes, we've been focusing around entrepreneurship, and I think, and I not even I think, I know this is part of social entrepreneurship and cultural entrepreneurship. I believe we are taking the cultural and social entrepreneurship from the previous weeks that we have learned about how to engage in an impactful and in a more meaningful way with society utilizing entrepreneurship. And for me, Miss Tracy is very, very important in having this conversation. You know, not just my personal experience with her. She is a mother, and I felt that it was important to actually have her voice in this space with regards to, like I said, looking at 16 days of activism against abuse of women and children. One can argue that, you know, we can have these conversations all we want, but there is no feasible tangible change. That for how long are we going to keep on having what is it, these 16 days of activism against this, that means the longer we have them, that means it's just proof that these things will never end. And for me, yes, I acknowledge the reality, I acknowledge the truth 110,000 million 0.5%, but also the conversation that we need to be having is not just amongst us women about us women. I believe strongly that men also need to step up in these conversations, you know, because the responsibility, I suppose, is rests on us, unfortunately, to take action, to do what needs to be done with regards to, you know, stopping these heinous crimes against women and children. But at the same time, I believe this also marginalizes men who have been through abusive relationships, you know. So as much as, yes, women are at a higher ratio from men, and also it happens mostly to women because of, you know, patriarchy and hyper toxic masculinity, there are men who go through various abusive situations, and abuse is not limited to physical abuse. It's sexual, financial, emotional, mental, in any way you can think possible. And the sad thing is that as society, we have limited our understanding and thinking of abuse as something that is physical. Wounds run deeper. And that's the thing, is that we can focus on physical abuse. You can stitch it up. You can, I don't know, whatever you can do to cover it up, or the scars remain there, of course. But wounds fester and they run deep. And that's what exactly we are dealing with, you know, as society as a whole. And our collective conscious should be both men and women, you know, taking over all these platforms and actually creating an impactful campaign around that. I think we are sorted now with our technical team. Thank you, Miss Tracy, for your patience. It's been emotional. It's been real. Please say something, or I'm giving up on you. Miss Tracy, can you hear me? I think she's frozen there. Happy Monday. Miss Tracy, can you hear me? You froze there for a bit. Please say something, or I'm giving up on you.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Can you hear me?
still can't hear you. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. Let go, let God. Honestly, that's where I'm at this point. And I know that the technical team is working hard to make sure that at least, you know, we can have this conversation properly. And I'd rather have that than just to have a monologue about your experience, your journey, you know. So hopefully we can speak back to that. Please, can you say something, or I'm giving up on you?
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, Miss Tracy Easthorpe. Okay, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. Mr. Sichaba Brew, Mr. Sichaba, Mr. Gift, please go on an ad break so we can sort this out. We'll be back, Miss Tracy. We're not giving up on you.
Okay.
We are not giving up on you. Mr. Chaba, Mr. Sichaba, Mr. Gift, let's go on an ad break.
Meet Linda, the owner
Tracy,
of a small grocery
please say
delivery
something.
store. The major problem is that she buys too much fresh food stock and then loses money when she can't sell it. She spends many hours doing manual admin, including taking orders and checking if her prices are competitive. With no planning, the team also spends many hours buying fresh food stock at unpredictable cost prices. She often dreams about having a larger and regional grocery store presence. She knows it will take a lot of effort and that she'll probably have to start by optimizing inventory planning and profitability. She's recently seen the FreshGram AI inventory planning software prototype and she thinks it will help her.
FreshGram is a fresh produce inventory planner that uses artificial intelligence to help traditional fresh food grocery stores, online fresh food delivery stores, as well as agro-processors or food manufacturing companies to stock the right quantity of food and minimize food waste whilst maximizing profitability. All of this is achieved by using a more data-informed approach to inventory planning. The features that FreshGram comes with gives you as a fresh produce driven company the following benefits. It allows you to place orders quickly, allowing you to save time on repetitive manual painstaking tasks in inventory planning. It allows you to minimize stock outs, causing you to then increase your sales and ensure your customers stay happy. It also allows you to reduce excess stock, which allows you then to free up working capital so that you can focus on growing your business whilst minimizing food waste. Our team is comprised of 3 co-founders, myself, Nduduzo, Thabo, as well as Selibogo. We believe that our diverse technical skills as well as business skills will bring value to those organizations that handle and trade in fresh produce. How many times have you gone into your favorite grocery store and walked into the fresh produce section only to find that some of the items that you're actually looking at purchasing are rotten? Now, how many people do you think face that every single day? And how many rotten items do you think these fresh food grocery stores end up having to throw away? This results in food waste. According to the CSIR, a key scientific government body within South Africa, the market size opportunity is based on a 2.4 million tons of edible food waste in South Africa per year. This is known to give rise to a food retail industry loss that equates to the total addressable market for this particular problem of 6.4 billion rands per annum from the total of a 63.4 billion rand retail fresh produce market size. The biggest problem here that we are dealing with when it comes to food waste is the rising costs of food waste. Fresh food drives the global grocery industry, yet technology gaps are causing billions of dollars in food waste and lost profits every year. In South Africa, the food waste problem is lower in terms of cost compared to developed economies. And we can see some of the developing economies such as India are also faced with this problem.
Hello.
Inventory planning as it is today is complex and it's based on spending hours of time planning based on pricing of that inventory.
Can you hear me now?
We cannot hear anything. And I know you can hear me, and I feel bad. You're just there inundated with the sound of my voice.
And it said the microphone was working.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay, the team downstairs can hear you. For some reason, I can't hear you. I'm taking this very personally now. I'm taking this very personally. Okay, please say something.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I
Hello?
heard you for 4 seconds. Let's just see. Please hold for me. Okay. Trace, please turn off your devices. There's negative feedback.
No, I think. What's that noise? Yeah, there we go.
All right.
What's that sound? Do you have anything? Remove it. Yeah, she couldn't hear, so one of used the I know we love to play on these things. That's fine.
So we want to bring it here because we can talk.
Tracy.
Cindy, do you want to come?
Hello.
Woo! Yay! Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Did I
Am I
break StreamYard?
Am I projecting?
I can hear you.
Oh, my babe. Thank you so much for your patience. I truly, truly appreciate you. Technical difficulties. Monday. I'm like, seriously? Garfield? Monday. But anyway, let's get right into it. Your topic for today is I am a mom entrepreneur. A mom entrepreneur, but a mompreneur. And I wasn't sure how to formulate a topic for you because you do so many beautiful things, and I didn't want to limit it to just one thing. But also, when I say mom, it's because of the beautiful relationship you have with your son Joshua, and also the books that you have published around, representation of black, faces, if you will. So I'm so sorry again for the technical what have you not. Powerless over technology. Our life became okay. Tracy, I'm a bit discombobulated right now. Can you share with us your journey as a mom entrepreneur,
Momtrepreneur. Okay, so where do I start? At the beginning, I suppose. So I became a mom at the age of 25. I'm 39 now. So my son is like a whole person. He's like 14 years old. And I had a very, very difficult relationship with his father. His father was abusive, and I had to learn to be very self-sustaining. And I think from a young age, I've kind of always been resourceful, because I didn't have a very easy childhood, and being resourceful became one of my biggest assets. And like being in an abusive relationship with a small child, or wasn't earning a lot of money, so things were like really, really hectic, and I always had to find ways to just make ends meet. So anyway, I left that relationship, and then I found myself as a single parent. My child was 3 years old. And like single parenting is not a joke. And I've kind of I've built myself up over the years. But then, like I also went through addiction. So that derailed my entire life. And that also actually taught, that then my resourceful ways actually became a huge asset to me. And I learned how to hustle. I won't lie, I'm just going to be honest here. Like, it was a phase in my life where I really learned how to hustle. And but throughout this whole journey, like from the age of 6 years old, I've always wanted to be an author. Like, if anybody asked me, what do you want to be? I'd say, I want to be an author. So I started writing. I didn't know what I wanted to write. And then I started writing a children's book. So I wrote this children's book. I started it and then finished it 5 years later. It took me 5 years to write the book, because of all the turmoil that was happening in my life. And, eventually when I sorry, are you saying something?
No, I'm saying you are so profound. I'm like reflecting. I'm like, okay. I'm saying yes to what you are saying.
Okay, so okay, so when I finished the book, at this point in my life, I'd found recovery. My child had been taken away from me, and I was getting to a point where I was able to have him back. So things were falling into place, and something just said to me. It actually happened that I saw an ad for a publishing house looking for submissions. So I submitted my story in on there. Up to today, that was 3 years ago. I'm still waiting for the feedback. Still have not received feedback. And they said they would give me feedback even if I was unsuccessful. I suppose I was unsuccessful. So I decided to just do it myself. And it was something, it was a huge thing for me because it was such a big deal. Like my life had been in shambles and now I was putting it back together. And this was the one thing that I had to hold on to. It was like a dream that was suddenly becoming a reality. And that was a big deal for me. So I published this book. This is the book. It is called Obnoxious Naledi and the Poppy Smick Fairy. So I published this book in November 2018, and that was a struggle in itself. I mean, publishing it's very, very hard, and I don't know about other countries, but in South Africa, it's very, very hard. There's not a lot of publishers to begin with, and not a lot that will actually take children's stories, surprisingly enough. And those that will take children's stories have very specific requirements. For instance, the place that I submitted to, and I think that's one of the reasons maybe I wasn't successful, I won't know until they respond, was like, I mean, a lot of places don't want books in rhyme, which is quite baffling to me. And that is my style of writing. Like I write children's books in rhyme. So it's that, and then there's very specific requirements, and I don't feel like my creative process should be just stunted or just, I don't know what the word is. It like I need to be able to have that creative freedom. If I'm going to write a children's story, I want to write it in my style, because as an author, I'd like to differentiate myself from other authors. Like I'd like to be known. Like if you read something of mine, that that's my style of writing. So yeah, that's why I decided to go off and do it on my own. And self-publishing is very expensive. So there's that too. So I had to raise some capital. So I got, just loans from family and friends, actually, which I'm still paying back. But I have a book. So yeah, so that was such a huge thing for me. And I had this idea that I was going to, after I write the first book, I'm going to write the next one, and then I'm going to publish it. And I mean, it's not that easy, because as a self-published author as well, marketing is, it all falls on me.
Yes.
Everything falls on me. But I was fortunate enough to be a part of, to have my book sold by Ethnic Kids. And Ethnic Kids is an online children's bookstore who stocks mostly books from people who have written in South Africa or African writers, and with protagonists of color. So I have been stocking my book with them since then, and they all for giving the authors like a platform to read their stories and to get some publicity. So I did a lot of readings with them, and that really boosted my sales. I got so everything that kind of happened to me, it just happened. I don't know, like I feel like it was just the universe opened up for me. As soon as I decided this is what I want to do, the universe opened up, because I got an interview on 702 on Eusebius McKaiser's Literature Corner. And after that interview, like I sold out everywhere where my book was. And that was an amazing experience. Then I got a TV interview from someone who saw me, who heard me on the radio. And then I got, various other interviews that I did. But then COVID hit, and I was doing a lot of readings and book fairs, and then COVID hit and everything kind of stopped. I know a lot of people did online streaming on Instagram and Facebook Live readings and things like that. I'm really not tech savvy and I prefer the personal experience. So, I mean, I didn't really jump on that bandwagon. And at the time, just things were just so hectic. Like you didn't know what was going to happen. Work was a problem, and then I found found work. It's a long story that I'm not going to get into. So as I am today, I've also published a book through Ethnic Kids for Wimpy, because Wimpy did a campaign where they wanted African stories. So Ethnic Kids chose a group of 6 authors, and I was very fortunate to be one of those authors, to write a story, an African folktale. So I got to make a folktale. And the funny thing is, like, I was never told folktales as a child. Like, I think my family were too busy surviving to be like, I don't remember. I mean, all the stories I know from my childhood are just stories of like my granny when she grew up, or like things like that, like real life, real life based on a true story kind of stories. But so we did have the option of making up our own folktale, so that's what I did. I made up my own folktale. So this is the book, How the Owl Got Its Sound. It's very limited. Like, I don't think you can find it anymore, because it was only available with Wimpy Meals, which is quite disappointing, because it would be really cool if the book can be out there. Yes. So you can't, like, I've looked for copies, and Wimpy's like, no, the campaign is over. The books are no longer available. And we were all just sent one copy of each author's book. So yes, and I've done some other writing. I've featured in an art book called Dreams as Revolution. So I did a piece in there, and it was kind of like a poetry piece, and that was all about realizing your dreams, and your dreams be just dreams. It's in the name, Dreams as a Revolution. And it's a very art book, because this lady that did it, Coral Bijou, she is an artist, and she does sculptures, and she was doing an installation, and so she took photographs of the book and then asked people to just write a few things to publish in that book. And then I've done also a story with Nali Bali. Nali Bali has a children's radio program that they run once a year. And I entered into it for the season 4 or 5, I think it was. And they said no, I wasn't successful. And then funny enough, last year, I'd even forgotten about it. The lady there contacted me and said, we're doing season 6 of the radio series. We found your story. Can we use it? I'm like, yeah, you definitely can use it. Please do. So yeah, like, I feel like I've just been very fortunate, but it's also, it's also about looking around and seeing any opportunity, like any opportunity that comes up for me to write, I do it. And it's hard time-wise, because I work full-time, and I'm an accountant, and I'm studying, and I am momming.
Yeah, full-time mommy.
Full-time mommy.
Full-time.
Yes, full-time.
I've seen it. Yeah.
And on the side as well, I do some work for, like, I do management accounts for my mom's old business. And so the agreement is I get paid, but that money goes directly to my medical aid, because I'm still on my mother's medical aid. So that's my contribution. So I'm kind of bartering my expertise in accounting for medical aid.
Entrepreneur. Look at that.
And I do try and help, like when people come up with things, I try and do little side things. It's funny though, like, a lot of people want tax advice, and people don't understand that not all accountants understand tax. Like, accounting can be very specific. And I don't pretend, like, so what, like, one of the things that, like, my advice is, like, don't pretend. Like, I know people hustle out there, and you'll sometimes have to say things you don't know, but personally, I don't feel like that is a very productive thing to do. If I don't know, I don't know. Like, that's the most empowering thing that you can say sometimes is, I don't know, let me see if I can find out, or I don't know, I can't do it. because it just relieves a whole lot of pressure, first of all, for me. So, you know, like I don't take on things like that. If people come to me and say, I really need advice with tax, what I'd rather do, I'm just like,
must fall.
if you'd like SARS to come after you, by all means, I'll do it. But otherwise, like, no. I mean, I can't mess with stuff like that. So, but what I'm very, very big on is if there's something that I don't know how to do or I can't help with, I will refer you to someone, especially somebody who is an entrepreneur themselves. Because I really believe like that's the way that you become successful. Like if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you can't do it all on your own. We've got to uplift each other and we've got to empower each other. And talk to people and say like and people know me for that. Like you can tell me anything, like if I know someone who's selling something or doing something, I will refer you to that person all the time, because it's important. Like I feel like people can kind of be selfish on their journey where it's just about them and just about where they're going, and it's tough enough as it is. So that's something that I always do, and I always find like if I do that for other people, naturally they'll do the same thing for me. And it's not that I ask; it's just paying it forward. It's just once that's how the ball rolls, and it just goes like that. So I've got a lot of things that I want to do, and I was actually going to embark on a journey of studying social work because I've got a passion for kids, and especially since everything I've been through, I'd like to create a center for children, like a wellness center for children, especially children from dysfunctional homes or homes of alcoholism and addiction. And, you know, like I did kind of start doing something with that. And I wanted to study social work so that I can have some sort of credentials, because no one's going to want to send their kids to you if you don't really have credentials. And then I kind of got to this crossroads where I thought, well, you know, I have a degree, an accounting degree. And an opportunity came up at work for me to study further. And my manager said to me, why don't you just do some courses? And me being the overachiever that I am, went into a full-on qualification. Every day I'm like, why am I doing this? And she's always saying to me, I told you just to do a course. You're the one who's decided to do a qualification.
Extremes.
But it was a very strategic life decision and a strategic financial decision, because if I can build on what I already have, it'll give me a lot more room to do what I want to do, because I need funding. Like accounting is not my passion, I'm not going to lie. Like I can do it and I don't hate it and I'm good at it, but it is a means to making capital. Like I can make a lot of money, you know, depending on how I position myself. And I know a lot of accountants, like I actually have 2 CA friends who are also authors, and their passion is writing. Like the one guy has written 6 books, a series of 6 children's books, and the other guy, I don't even know, he's also written like 7. And during COVID, one of them just decided to leave his job as a chartered accountant and open a bookstore. And that's what he's doing now. Like he opened a bookstore and he's happy. He's so happy. That's what he's doing. And, you know, like it's just surrounding myself with people like that, have the same sort of vision that I have. Like it's so inspiring. And I look at him and, you know, he's fine because he worked for 20 years as a CA, and he's made the money. He was able to invest some money. And now he's doing what he loves. Whether it works out or not, it doesn't really matter. And I think that's, you know, like brings me to something else I wanted to talk about is failure. Like failure is not always a bad thing. Like the biggest failures in my life have been my biggest successes as well, because they have put me on they've put me on a path that has like jolted me into some other path that I didn't even know I was going to be following, or I didn't even think about. And I always think that there's, and I know it sounds cliche, but there's always something you can learn from your mistakes and your failures. And there's always beauty in that lies beneath that trauma, that lies beneath those hardships, that lies beneath that turmoil. Because if you can come out a better person or a more healed person, you can do so much more with your life in general, I think, and have so much more perspective. I think that's what, like all the trauma and things that I've been through has given me is complete perspective. And so I mean, it's so I still have these dreams. Like I've got a lot of things that I want to do. I want to open a children's bookshop. I want to run a children's wellness program. And sometimes I panic because I'm like 40 next year and I'm like, when do I have time for this? But yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can do these things when I'm like 50, 60 if I need to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never too late. It's never too late. And by the way, you don't look a day older than 29. Black don't crack, girl. You look gorgeous. You look fine, but no, that's how it happens. That's how it happens. Black don't crack. All right. With everything that you have shared with me personally and with all our viewers on the platform, there's one household standing question that we ask.
Okay. I'm nervous now.
Easthorpe, how would you love to be remembered? That's the final question before we wrap up. How would you love to be remembered?
Sure. How would I love to be remembered? So when you ask me that question, like for me, it doesn't really matter what everybody else thinks, but it really matters what my son thinks. So if I'd want to be remembered, I would like to be remembered as somebody who's given back and just made a difference somewhere. Like I don't need to like change the world completely, but if I've made a difference in one person's life, like I think I'm happy with that. Just some kind of difference in somebody's life or in somebody's world. Like that's how I'd like to be remembered.
Oh, well, you can die now not because I'm wearing black and I'm dressed for your funeral, but because I am a part of that somebody whose life you have impacted in so many beautiful ways. You've helped me heal as a mom. I know, as you being a mom, I've been living quite vicariously through you. But the work that you have done on yourself as, first of all, a person, secondly, as a woman, thirdly, as a mom, because by the way, you're not just only a mom. You were somebody before you became a mom. We forget that. And the work that you've done on yourself is absolutely amazing. And to have been able to break bread with you in the most profound ways and all the insights that you bring, your level of introspection, your level of analyzing and strategically this, that, and the work that you've done on yourself. I believe I'm also part of that someone. So I'm not saying you're going to die. I'm just saying if anything happens, I know I'm laughing at death in the face. Wow, have I become so sardonic? Really? I'm laughing at death in the face. But no, really, I am that someone. I am that someone. And I know that you're going to someoneerize some more someones. And that is the impact that you just had on my life personally. And I know that there are millions of other people that you're going to do that with. And it's not just about changing someone's life, but also changing someone's world. So I truly, truly appreciate you being part of my life and for you to come through and to share your journey and your story with us. There's so many things that you brought up, and that's part of the conversation that we do need to be having with regards to not particularly 60 days of activism as a campaign, but it should be a lifestyle. It's not a campaign. It should be a lifestyle, you know. So yeah, that is me for today, Cindy Jaja and Miss Tracy Lee Easthorpe. Love this woman with all my heart. She's so crazy, but the thing is, she's very calm. So she makes it seem like I'm crazy. And then like you see people like this. You don't know what to. You can't take them anywhere. they pretend like they're fine, and then you're the one who's always looking.
He's the crazy one.
Yeah, no, you're crazy. You just low down crazy. But no, thank you so much. I truly, truly appreciate you for coming through and for sharing so much with us. And I don't know why you were worried about what you're going to say or how long you're going to say it for. Because you just took us on a very beautiful journey. Thank you so, so much. I'm so proud of you. So proud. I feel like a proud mother right now, even though I
Oh, you are my proud mother.
No, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone at home for joining us. Don't forget hashtag Startup Business Fest 21 and hashtag Thrive. That's what we are about. Women like Abo Tracy Lee Easthorpe who keep thriving, who keep fighting the good fight. And I hope that fighting the good fight also involves taking rest and taking breaks when you need to, because you're going to die. You're going to die and they're going to replace you. So you need to take care of yourself. And I've seen it with Miss Tracy do that. The times where she's like, and I'm inspired by that. You know, the life of the hustle and bustle in this concrete jungle can be quite toxic. And yeah, I always encourage rest, 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 and rest. All right, that's me signing out. Thank you again, Miss Tracy Lee Easthorpe.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye.
Add me. Okay.
We are here.
No, it's fine. Come sit this side. Uzohlala ngapha. Live. Tlotli.
So,
Tlotli so.
so, go.
Live.
Kli,
We live. We are
live. Siyaphila.
Shaba. Shaba. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone is well. Hope everyone is doing good. Today, I have Mr. Sintler himself. So before we start, can we go to a quick ad break and we will go down in Mr. Sintler's journey. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucky Diteru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you.
Something that has to.
Her taxes. You read it.
Busy with me, but it's
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for that. We were just sorting out a few technicalities, but we're all good. I'm your host, Musa Zibanyoni. Malambule, Gianna Koza, Nyonentle, abanye bathi bambeni, abanye bathi yegeni, uzenza ukuthanda kwayo. Ladies and gentlemen, I am with the one and only, a guy that goes with many nicknames. I don't know how many nicknames does he have, but we'll ask him how many nicknames does he have. But so far, I know him with a couple of nicknames, maybe 5. And I believe others have more nicknames for him. The one I know him of is the tester of Jesus Christ. He loves testing our creator because he's a risk taker. Like, he will climb poles with no rope and anything, and it will be problematic there. We're stressing, what if you fall? But he doesn't. Kiss para man in real life. So I'm thinking maybe he's Peter Parker stunt devil, I mean. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sintler, the bee may remain silent. Khatebe.
Yeah, what did you call me?
Sentle B Khatebe.
B.
Yeah,
What
your
does B-
second name can remain silent.
Okay,
Under
okay.
covers, But I like the second name. I like the second name. So, Mr. Khatebe or Dr. Se,
My sir, how are you?
how are your thoughts?
Oh. Wow, my thoughts are I'm nervous. I'm nervous, and working behind the scene most of the time, you get to direct people, tell people do this, don't do that, and all of these things. But now, when you are in the spotlight, that's when that's when you freeze or you froze, like boom, like oh, what's happening? Yeah. So, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. How? Oh, my thoughts. My thoughts. I would say they're in a good space. They're in a super, super good space because of at first, people used to make decisions for you. But as you grow and as you journey through life, you learn to make your own decision and live by that. Because now we live in a society where we are being told how to be, what to wear, how to eat, how to sit, how to do a lot of things. But as you matured or as you gain wisdom and understanding, you get to do things for yourself and then live on the basis of those things. As to if I decide to go to today I'm not bathing, so what? I'll smell the whole day. I'll smell it the whole day. Yeah, so that's that.
Okay. Hey, that was deep.
Thank you.
That was deep. So, when we were Googling you, we Googled you.
Oh my God.
We saw like a lot of history about you.
Okay.
1 minute you here, the next you there, the next you up there on the roof. So throughout your journey, can you please give us a summary of your journey? Like, where did it all start, and how did it went, and all those things?
Okay, thank you, my son. Like you have introduced me, my name is Sintle Beaverbrook Khatebe Smith.
There's a Smith, guys. There's a hey.
Yeah.
How many surnames do you have? So it's 35 nicknames.
Yeah.
2 names.
Yebo.
2 surnames.
Yeah. Levels, my brother. Those are levels.
No, like how big is your ID? Like, is it the normal card or A4?
It's like an encyclopedia, my brother, but they've just minimized it into
or
one notebook.
wants it to be continued or etc.
No, actually, it's written. What's this? It's written all the alphabets of my surname, so they just took that and then. Okay.
All right, you may continue.
My journey through life. Sinclair, he's a humble person, personally, and he's a sweet person, but he has his ways and he has his days like a normal being. And me being who I am, I believe life has taught me so many things. And the journey through life, I started, professional, I'm a dancer, choreographer.
Thank you. I was waiting for
you
that.
waiting
one.
for that.
I was waiting for that one.
So art for me, it became a therapy, personally, because of, as a man, you grow up and you don't talk. So you harness all these emotions and then they are being suppressed. So I had to find a way of exiting out these emotions because number one, I'm a shy person by nature, but you wouldn't see that because I talk too much. So yeah,
Right.
so you wouldn't see that because of I talk too much and I'm exposed to media, socialized lifestyle, and talking to people and meeting people. So that has prepared me to be talkative and listen at the same time, and learn to unlearn some of the other habits that I learned through life, that I was told that I should be like this, be that. So personally, Sinclair is a humble person, all the way from Soweto, and then moved to the Vaal to look for greener pastures. And then when I got to the Vaal, I got surprised. That's where I met dancing, art. That's where I got involved to art and culture most of the time. So I've taught places. I've taught to places like Grahamstown National Art Festival. So that used to be every year June. I know good. I have to prepare myself. And the funny part about the Grahamstown story is that I was born in June, right in the middle of June.
The 16, 17,
only
yeah.
16. When people are doing, I mean, I'm busy slicing the cake. I'm saying, future.
Live.
You see? So
So wait, before you continue, when people are doing, do you slice the cake wearing uniform, Luena? Like, do you wear uniform as well? Like,
I used to wear uniform.
Okay,
And
okay.
then I saw that people don't understand the context behind the uniform. Yeah. And the psychology behind the uniform. So people, hence I said we had to unlearn. We have to learn to unlearn some of the habits that we used to do. As you can see now, I'm wearing t-shirt, yeah, my t-shirt. You know, yeah. So,
all right.
So I went to the Vaal and lived to the Vaal, and then I met art and culture. And I taught, I lectured, I taught schools, I taught people. And what's nice about art is that as it was healing me, I was healing other people through it. Meaning people could dance, people could move. You'd find somebody would say, "Ish, my body it's stiff, so I can't do some of the things or certain things." It's because of you were not. It's like your life. It's like a jigsaw. We have 7 home, 7 home, 7 home. You pay the bills and then you die. So I had to diversify art and use it to some benefit.
True.
So it has helped me through a lot personally as a human being. And because I was raised by a single parent, and so I had to be the man.
Yeah.
I had to be the brother to those who are coming behind me. I had to be but in ikanda.
Yeah.
The
head. Yes, the
and
head.
so that makariki they can see, okay, this is the role model because of we today we have people. We don't have role models. At first in my generation, we used to have role models like, I want to be like Mr. Chaba, I want to be like so and so, you know. Those are the people that you look up to. And then even when they dress and walk past by your house, you just walk outside and say and observe like, oh, so this is how they walk. I want to walk like him, you know. I wanna do a cheese crop. I want to do this, you know.
True.
I want to have that deep voice so that people can respect me, you know. So you learn those things. And then I did art, and then like you said, I met also on the arts. I met Sekas. I was a Serekis person. Yeah, go ahead and clap. And then I joined the Sekas. It was in 2005. I joined the Sekas, and you know the funny part that I love about the Sekas, it has taught me that you shouldn't be scared, because the things that we see on TV, we get to practice them walking on that cable wire. Hence people used to ask me, what do you want to be called? I'm like, no, call me Spider-Man.
Oh.
Why? Because I love to climb. So that the circus world kicks in. I would climb on heights. I would climb on the roof. I would climb everywhere. So that has been a name for me, Spider-Man. And I fell so many times on the trapeze. So it was 1 meter height. So I was hanging upside down. We were doing a stunt, me and this little girl. And then I was wearing Lake Gatsweleze ballet. So we were doing a sketch or an act. And then after we did the part, and then I don't know, for some reason, I'm not supposed to polish those shoes, but minangafago polish. And then remember, I'm hanging upside down, and hooking in yaw. So when I want to and then so that I could go down, I fell with my head like zoom. and I missed the sponge. You know those big sponges where
Yeah.
do the flip. I'm a backward.
Yeah,
and
the
stuff.
backpack.
Yeah, I missed that. There were two of them. I missed that room straight on the ground. I hit the earth like boom. I hit Alphaz. Fortunate enough, I didn't break my back. So there was a guy, but after the incident, I was wobbling, like my head was like this. And then this guy said, lie down. I'll never forget that guy. His name is Sochte.
Who?
Sochte.
Yes. Guys, okay.
So this guy helped me, said, lie down. And then after I lied down, and then he just literally walk on my spine. And then I hit him. I'm like, hey, what's happening? So after that, I was okay. I'm like, wow. Imagine you had an incident, 2 minutes you're okay. I'm like, hey, how is this possible? Fine. So fast forward to that. Fast forward to now in 20. So I was okay then. Nothing major happened. I even went as far as going to the x-rays and coming back. Everything is okay. Nothing has been dislocated. Thank God. And fast forward to, so it was 2005, 6. Fast forward to 2013. I went back to Grahamstown. Again, there was a festival. On the festival, I had an opportunity to go to Australia, which is Perth. And there were some logistic things that happened. That's where I met Bontate Jerem Fokeng for the first time. I met in Tate Jerem Fokeng, not the, remember we have two Jerem Fokengs. We have the Jerem Fokeng, the character, and we have Tate Jerem Fokeng.
Like what difference is
the
that?
Difference is
Jerem Fokeng.
Jerem Fokeng, it's most people know him from Emzin Wezentizwa. Tate Jerry Pele. Yeah, so I met him there in Grahamstown, and he liked our act, and he said, no man, you know what, I've got connections overseas, so I'm gonna hook you guys with other people, productions to come and to take your act. So everything was okay logistic wise, and then life happened. Fast forward to that 2016, I came back from Grahamstown. So I was touring with productions, like, hey, come and choreograph this for us, come and do this. Okay, cool. I did it. And in this entertainment industry, there's a whole lot of things that are not being exposed, that are being covered. You see people on the screen, and people think you don't have stress, you don't go through depression, you don't go through emotions, things like that. And we are human beings, you know. We have emotions, we go through challenges, all of these things. Even in corporate, you know, there are those moments where you have to meet a deadline. And everything kicks in, emotions, stress, anxiety, all of these things. So you tend to learn some of the things and adjust. You know, I love water because water can adapt anywhere and everywhere. We can pour water on the floor, it will adapt. You can pour water on the carpet, it will adapt. So I had to adapt quickly. And remember, this side, so personally, I am a brother, I am a role model. And then career-wise, I have to be this sharp person who's always on point, on time, delivering lines. Sometimes I would blink. I would like load shedding on the stage and I have to deliver lines. And then they would say, and then so somebody has to come in quickly, and because of the audience don't know the show. We guys know the shows. So you have to jump to my lines. And then while I'm still in my trance, I have to come back quick and join into my lines. And then we continue with the play. So art has taught me a lot. So I taught, got to explore. And then 2013 and 2016, I taught with many productions, Motswako, there's a lot, I can't mention all of them. So I taught with them and the brutality of arts and culture behind it. So I had to say, man, no, man. It's not what I'm doing. You know, I give out my 112%, but you'd find that emotionally, physically, psychologically, I'm not okay. I'm deteriorating slowly but surely. And then I left the touring and everything. Now I'm jobless. And said, okay, fine. Since now you are jobless, Ecolot, Zmile, then they're not waiting for me and say, okay, get a job, we will pause here. No. X store is calling you and say, Baba, when are you paying your account? So I came to Joburg, got to Joburg, and I worked at a certain company. I wouldn't mention its name. I worked 1 year without being permanent, struggling. Actually, literally, I became homeless.
Yeah.
I became homeless. I know poverty. I became homeless. I slept on a parking lot. Like you see where there's a parking lot. I slept there. I know how to how to wrap myself in a cardboard so that I could keep warm at night and get those plastics and wear plastic and then wrap yourself so that you could keep warm. And then the following day, you woke up, you go to the toilet, the men's toilet, you brush yourself, you come, you appear, and then you are good. No one knows what happened yesterday, last night. Did you eat? Did you not eat? So whenever I see somebody doing that or going through that, I know that thing. I've been there. And I know what it does psychologically, especially if you are a man. Because as a man, you have to be a leader, a role model. Even if you have scars, you have to appear strong. Like, okay, I have a scar or I'm limping, but I'm going forward. I'm going forward. It's not easy, it's tough, but you must have that crocodile skin. You must have that thickness skin of an elephant. An elephant skin and what's this? Kudu. What is it? A rhino, yes.
Yeah.
Their skin, they are as thick as my finger. You can't poke it through a nail or something. And they are so tough. So you have to force it. So I became a homeless person for 1 year and 8 months. Yeah, 1 year, 8 months. And then where I was working, now I'm having challenges with so remember, I transitioned from stage, dancing and everything and jumping behind the scene, camera, boom mic, all of these things, to workspace. I don't know anything. I don't know nothing. They say go left, I'm going. They say go right, I'm going. I'm like, aye, man. What is happening here? Who's me? So I struggled with finding my identity and being rooted as to this is who I am. This is where I'm going. These are my goals. These are my objectives. This is what I want. Because most people, we struggle with, actually not struggling, we are being challenged, or we are faced with challenges of what do I want as a person? What do I need as a person? Do I need what I need in the future? Do I need it now? Or can I postpone? I will get that in the future. So that's why most people, when they are not feeling well, they have this self-gratification. I have to go to the store. I have to eat sugar. I have to do this. I have to buy a car. I have to be seen something in that Porsche Cayenne store or what. So you have to know yourself. Identify what are your weaknesses, what are your strengths, and try to balance and harness the two into one. And then while doing that, so now I'm excelling in what I do, which is work, this new environment, it's cleaning, it's going up and down. So I think about 6 years I was in that space. 1 year becoming a homeless person. The next 5 years I was working perfectly, but straining at the same time because I have to wake up in the morning as early as possible. So now I was traveling from Vaal to Joburg every day, Monday to Friday. There were times where I would sit like this. If I get warm, gone. Lights out. I would sleep like gone. I would wake up, So that it has torn me apart to a place where I had to sit down and introspect myself and ask myself, Cynthia, who are you? What do you want? You know, because most people think life it's like a movie. It has a pause. No, life doesn't have a pause. You sitting with me here today. We will never see this day. We will never see this day. Life gives you one chance and one opportunity. So if you can't maximize it, so that's why even if you go to work, even if you are late, be there, go. Because you'll never have that day. You'll never have Friday or you'll never have Monday again. It will never be sunny like as it is outside. Maybe the other Monday.
Yeah, it's sunny and cloudy at the same time, so
Exact-
you're not
so
sure.
Maybe the other Monday it will rain.
Uh-huh.
And you'll be like, Eish, I should have done that. I should have done that. Eish. Because I believe as men, we have to, now that we are faced with a pandemic, we have to be like water. Water adjusts. Water adjusts. Water adapts. Water, it can be ice. It will give you that satisfaction of thirst, quenching your thirst. Water will be cold. It will give you that quench. Water can be hot. It's still water. It just it changes faces. It changes faces. So and it's still true to itself. It's still water. Even if you could put it in a dark container, it's still water. You put it in a hot container, it is still water. So we have to be like water and adjust and adapt. So I came to Joburg and work. And then from 7 years of working, I got a phone call. COVID hit, I lost my job, and then I got a phone call. How? What's happening? A phone call, it was a friend saying to me, you know what? Since you've got experience of what you were doing, why don't you turn that into business? I'm like, hey, me and administration, papers. So my mind, it was tuned to do this, following instructions, do this, go left, go right, go up, climb, pull this down. So it was used to be like that.
Yeah.
So I got a phone call, and this friend of mine said, you know what? I want you, can you come and try what you've been doing 7 years? And now let's put it into practice. It shouldn't be, okay, there you went and you were practicing how to do things. It's more like there you went to school. So now that you got out of college or varsity, let's put you in the real world where you are your own boss. So I said,
You know, this guy has traveled. This guy has tried a lot of things. Like you write at least 4 books about his life.
I'm busy with one now.
A book.
Yes, a book.
About your life.
It's a book about my life. Not it's a book about my life to show the next person or the next generation that nothing is impossible. What limits you? It's your mind.
True.
If you could fix that or shift, things are possible. And also putting in the work, because most people want. Let me put it in a nice way. Most people want payday, but they are not willing to put in the work.
I know that one. Whereas
You know, exactly. You know, exactly. That's people. You know, go to
Yeah.
But externally, you see people like, hey, Vince, hey, yeah, sharp, hey, I'm not go, hey, my guy, yo, hey, wait. There's a meeting. Oh, wait. You know.
Yeah, I know.
But when it comes to month end,
they
you
wanna leave earlier. You know.
they'll even go an extra mile and say, no, we have to do this. No, it's fine. Let's do it now.
Yeah.
You know, let's do it.
No.
Like, cool.
They'll be like, no, aren't you busy? No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I know those.
So, my guy, it's all about there's this notion that social media and people and expectations from the world, from the society, has said men must be this.
Yeah.
if you're not doing certain things as a man or as a male figure, you are not man enough. And now things have shifted. What we perceive to be a man, it's now role. So we are playing a role. Yes, we are men. Yes, and then certain things we have to be shared. For those who are married, that's another session. And for those who want to be married, so that's another session. So coming back to this guy, so this guy, I traveled a lot and I've seen things. Some are hating and some are sad, and you'd find that most of the things, as our society is okay, it's fine. Just that we have to shift the mind. If you could shift the mind, nothing is impossible. Nothing is. Let me tell you, my guy, nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it.
True. That's true.
Because we want, as human beings, we are more. We want affirmations. Affirmations could be a pat on the shoulder and say, "Good, you're doing good," or a text that says, "We appreciate you," or "You are a good brother," or "You are a good somebody," or "You are a good citizen," or "You are a good asset," or "You put value," or "You bring value." You know, things like that.
True.
Because society has twisted us, like Istatili has basically put us in a box and say, for you to be a man, you have to have these things. If you don't, and also with age, you know, most people are concerned with no, age is just figures.
Yeah, true.
Age is like, to me, age is like time. That tells you good tea. Something is sticky. So do something with your life. You know, I might be here. Technology now, it has made things to be easy. I'm here now. We can speak to somebody who's in China. We can connect to somebody who's in Venda, Limpopo, wherever, you know. So we have to have affirmations. Affirm yourself first before the world could affirm you. Affirm yourself every morning. I have some people call it ritual. Some people call it pattern. Some people call it a me time.
Yeah, true.
So I have a habit. Every day when I wake up, I have a moment where I ask God and say, Lord, whose life do you want me to change today? Definitely, my brother, ever since I've said those words, there's never a day passes by without me meeting somebody and say, Hotmani, can you help me with this? Hotmani, can you help me with this? So it shows good. See, people are watching you.
Yeah, true.
The world is watching you. Nature, it's listening. For nature, it has ears. Everything that you see, it has ears. Poverty has ears. Success has ears. So it depends when I would say which one between the two, which one do you entertain most, and which one do you affirm between the two, and what work are you willing to put?
Hi, that is deep. Now I didn't know now from doctor to priest. So when you talk about affirmations, there's this affirmation that I say to myself every morning. It says, I am brilliant, I am bright, I am radiant, I'm a radiant being of light. I am an outstanding peak performer, I am a dynamic life transformer. So when you talk about your journey and how you help people, this affirmation, it also describes who you are, because as much as you say you are shy, I fail to believe that. I fail to believe that you're shy, but
that's true.
What I've known about you is that you help people. You know, you assist people in anything they need. You know, I'll be honest. When it comes to screens, laptops or cables, there's no one else. Like I'll look for him. If he's not in the building, I will look for him. Even if they even say we do not know where he is, I will literally call him and ask where he is. I will not tell him over the phone. I'll say, where are you? No, he said, no, I'm downstairs. Okay, I'll wait for you so you can arrive. Because if I say over the phone, he'll not come. So I'll wait for him to come, then ask him personally. You understand?
Okay.
But throughout your journey, I'm really impressed because literally hearing your life's journey, it's huge. You know, like you said, you are writing a book, and I believe with that book, a lot of people will actually see who you are and how you came about, and that will also tell them, don't allow life to stop you or limit you from doing other things. You understand? You went through everything, but you still stood up and continued with life. You didn't give up. You went from performing to office work, back to performing, office work. Do you understand? So you see, you went now like even doctor. Yeah. So wait, no, no, it's performer, office work, doctor, not the hospital doctor, but doctor, doctor for performing, teacher.
Wow.
Go, yeah,
Sure.
you were a teacher.
Actually, I should get somebody to write my
Oh,
story.
you were a teacher. I remember at JPA, yeah, Johannesburg
Performing Arts Academy.
Arts. He was a lecturer, guys. Like, there's nothing this guy has never done. When you want medical aid, this is the guy to come to. When you want dance, what's this dance lessons? This is the guy to come to. If you want screens like me, this is the guy you come
Digital
to.
work
Like
space.
this, I don't know.
Can
What's an entrepreneur for everything?
Entrepreneur for everything.
Everything entrepreneur. Yeah, we'll find a name.
Okay, we'll find the name.
We'll find a, look, you've been everywhere, but I appreciate what you do, especially at the festival, because this guy is like, he's behind the scenes. He's the facilitator. Like, when he's with our curator, Miss Ladla, they speak this huge English names, you know. There was one time they were like, you know, the gamification of the raw
gamification.
Like,
Raw
you there. If you're listening to them, you better have a dictionary. Like, okay, gamification. Okay, he said no. Okay, then what this discombobulate? Like, you'll be late. Oh, okay, someone is confused. All right. Okay. No problem. But so in closing,
Yes,
what would you say? Like, you have literally 10 seconds.
Okay.
In closing, what would you say to the people out there about those who want to get up but are struggling?
Okay, cool. Thank you, Mesa. First of all, I didn't know who you are. Identification is important. Understand how do you function as a person, one, as an individually. Secondly, know your goal, know your vision. Your goal and your vision has to be intertwined. That begin with an end in mind. Like, if maybe for instance you say, I want to go there, so you already have a goal and a vision. So now come backwards and join these dots as to going forward to that which you have aspired to be. And also, I forgot to mention, I have 2 companies that have opened under me. And I think maybe I should pursue doctorate, because most people know me as Dr. Say.
Already, like, you
No,
must
you know
make it official.
how it came about. It came about. It was an influence from home that parents want you to be this, and then when I decided, no, I'm going to be this, and then we have to prove them that in whatever that you do or whatever that you aspire, it's possible. You can make a living out of it.
True.
So now I'm learning. I'm a lifelong learner. I'm learning, I'm applying, and I'm still learning, and I'm doing it. So there's never a time of you or one person said, "Sure, I've arrived. Then what?" So continuously learning, continuously grow. So to whoever who aspired to be whatever that you want, look, no one knows you better than you know yourself.
True.
Even if you could go to a doctor will meet you halfway, but you know the full scale of who you are. And if you could be true to who you are, sometimes you have to be, not sometimes, most of the time you have to be real to ourselves. When you're sitting with yourself and say, okay, I have an addiction in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this area of spending money, doing things, self gratification. Sit down and say, how can I get help, or how can I cohabit with this habit that I'm having? Building a business, scheme those people, ask around, go to people that have been in your journey that you aspire to be, and then you'll get some good advices from those people.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it yourself. This is the Startup Business Festival, week 5.
Yes, my son.
Feels like 2 years.
Yeah.
So thank you for watching the session. You know, we were here with Mr. Doctor himself, Sintle Beaverbrook Khatebe Smith. 4 names, like 2 names, 2 surnames, plus 35 nicknames.
Hey,
hey guys, there's a lot of nicknames. There's the other one.
Which one?
That he knows that starts with the J, but it's fine.
Oh, Jesper.
But it's fine. No, why?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
sir.
that's the JPA nickname.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Startup Business Festival. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram on Startup Business Festival. Our hashtags, hashtag Startup Biz Hack. But we had our hackathon yesterday, this past weekend. Is a hashtag Startup Business Festival 21 and Startup Thrive. No, hashtag Thrive,
Hashtag Thrive, my son.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Musa Wenkosi Nsibanyoni, with
Dr. Say.
Dr. Say himself. Like Dr. So, do enjoy your rest of the day, as there will be another session following up this one. Thank you very much and enjoy your day.
Thank you, sir, for hosting me.
Thank you. He'll be back. So watch for his book. You will see his book, and when you see his book, you will see how he was a stunt devil. Like he was a stunt devil, but didn't realize he was a stunt devil. But he was a stunt devil. So disguise. You know how we disguise ourselves. Yeah, this is the guy. You might find he was a stunt devil in one of the action movies we had. Maybe remember the movie 2 Million. Yeah, maybe he was the stunt devil there saying, okay, you're gonna jump off that bridge. But but it's
Why
fine.
not Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Yes. Meeting the
Anyway,
professor.
like wherever stunt devils are, just if you see a light skinned guy, like if you see the name, just know, this one, Dr. says straight.
Thank you, my
IG.
son.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy your day. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanna see. I'm untangling. I was untangling them. Yeah. Yeah. Is there?
You complicate it over to my with it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is me again, Musawenko Sinsibanyoni, and today we have another impactful session. Today, okay, this week we are closing off the festival as it was a 1 month festival. Today is day 21, and it was amazing. It was great. We had fun, created memories, and all those things. On this session, we have Mr. Let me see, Mr. Mr. Silas Nyembe. He is an entrepreneur, and the topic will be the power of stakeholder networking. So, with this session, Mr. Nyembe will be talking to us about networking. If you want to network with other people or other businesses, he will give us tips and advices on what to do. Because what I find at times is that when we network, we sometimes don't do it correctly, or we just lose the purpose of networking, and we end up going for the wrong clients or business stakeholders and all those things. So if Mr. Nyembe can join on the stream so that we can get it going. Mr. Nyembe, hello. Hello, Mr. Nyembe. Okay, is Mr. Nyembe on? Oh, there is. Okay. Mr. Nyembe, how are you, sir? Hello? Hello? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Hey, Shaba. Mr. Shaba. Okay, it's fine. Um, good morning, Mr. Nyembe. Can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Nyembe. Mr. Nyembe, can you hear me? Mr. Nyembe, can you see me? Can you hear me? Seems.
Yes, I can hear you. I can also see you as well.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm not sure what was going on there, but I'm glad that you
Hello?
can hear me now. Can you hear me? Mr. Nyembe? Can you hear me now? Okay, it seems like we're having a bit of difficulties. Um, we'll just try and see what we can fix. Mr. Nyembe, can you hear me?
announceur ke Monday o berekile ga o sena spane so ke motho o motšhelo ta se motho a formal wa mmona o le tsebile.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, sorry about that. We just had technical issues with sound and video, of course. But I think we have Mr. Nyembe back. I'm just waiting for him to come online. Yeah, is he on? I can't see him. Mr. Nyembe. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we're having network issues. We can't get to.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tebogo Chaka, and I am one of the co-founders of Ecobar. Last year, July, we did research in 3 local clinics in Soshanguve with healthcare workers. We discovered that healthcare workers who were working in temporary structures like your gazebos and containers didn't have access to hand washing facilities. Upon further research, we discovered that 3 billion people in the world don't have access to hand washing facilities, amounting to 40% of the world's population. We decided to come up with a solution, which is called Ecobar. Ecobar is a portable and self-assembled wash basin that provides access to hand washing facilities to healthcare workers who work in temporary structures and remote areas. What we have done so far is that we have prototyped and tested with 10 healthcare workers in 3 clinics in Soshanguve. 3 to 6 containers or temporary structures all don't have access to hand washing facilities. This is Ecobar. How it works is you pump water from the bottom, which will be dispensed into the sink. The used water from the sink will now be dispensed into the purification system, where the water will be cleaned and stored in the container for it to be reused again. Why Ecobar is so unique is that it eliminates the need for costly pipe water networks and pumping. It's easy to assemble, it's eco-friendly, we get to save water using the purification system, and it's portable. How we are going to make money is that it's going to cost us around 500 rands to produce 1 Ecobar, and the selling price for 1 Ecobar is around 900 rands. And the market that we are targeting is Ecobar, it's business to business. What we are currently looking for as Ecobar is access to market. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Nyembe.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good
Sir.
afternoon.
How are you?
How are you? I'm good, thanks. Finally, we can get you, but there's a slight problem. My technical team says, is it possible
Yes, I
that...
can hear
Yes, I
you.
can hear you. Okay, my technical team was suggesting, can we pre-record later today so that the video can be played tomorrow, or we have a live session tomorrow after maybe at 12 or 1.
Yeah, what's the
Yeah,
problem?
what's the problem? No, the current issue that we have is that each session is scheduled, and we were scheduled for 11 to 12. No, from 12 to 1. So now there was like a connectivity problem, which took time. But now we were suggesting we do a pre-recording later today, or we have a live session tomorrow at 1.
No problem.
No
We can do
problem. We
that.
can do that.
No problem.
No problem. So which one do you prefer? Doing a live show tomorrow at 1?
That can be done.
That can be done.
Now, how are you going to do
How
it?
are we going to
Must
do
I
it? Must
record
I
the session
record the
after recording
session
the
after
session and
recording
send
the
it to
session
you
and send
guys?
it to you guys? Okay, if you're gonna send a recording, it's gonna be about you talking about your journey. But what we will do, we will connect on
Hello?
Zoom. Hello? Can you hear me? Mr. Nyembe? Hello? Mr. Nyembe? No, you're starting now. Hello?
I am Musop Mtamba, the founder and CEO of Satso High-Tech Solutions, a company which is into energy, environmental, and sustainable development solutions. A company which started as a pro bono consulting company, commercialized in 2016 in Zimbabwe. In 2017, it was registered in Zambia. In 2019, it was incorporated into Botswana, which became the main office. I want to show you why we chose energy, water, environmental,
Connected. How so? Let's start with the most basic element, water. We need water to make our crops grow and to produce our energy. For instance, to cool power plants and to grow biofuels. Every year, the world uses 580 billion cubic meters of water for energy. That's over 200 million Olympic-sized swimming pools. But we also need energy to treat our water and to transport our food from field to table. Take this steak. There's more to it than meets the eye. It took over 3,000 litres of water to make this steak. And producing it used 35 times more energy than you'll get out of it. The world is hungry for food. Food is hungry for energy, and energy production is thirsty work. These three essential resources are already under stress, but soon they will be pushed to their limits. By 2050, the world will have 9 billion mouths to feed. Between now and then, we'll have to produce more food than we've produced in the last 8,000 years. More food means more energy, and that means we're going to need a lot more water.
Hello?
Hello?
Welcome. How are you, sir?
Zero, my brother. How are you?
I'm great. For our audience who are joining us live, I'd have to give you a quick intro. We are joined by Mr. Arnold Sibanda. And you know the name Arnold has a lot of pressure, you know. You gotta show that you've got that muscle or something, you know. It's all because of famous Schwarzenegger. But my brother, how you doing?
I'm great, man. I'm great, man. It's actually a Greek name. It means one who watches over. But Arnold. Arnold is a name. Echo, you. I can hear myself.
You can hear yourself?
Yes, I can hear myself.
I hope my technical team can jump on into that and sort it out real quick, because Mr. Arnold seems to be hearing himself.
Yes.
Technical team? Yeah, there's some echo, so if we can just get that sorted out. Is there also an echo from my side? When I talk,
just from my side.
It's only from your
side. Just from my side.
Can you still hear the echo now?
Yes.
You can still hear it.
I can still hear the echo. Yes.
I wonder what causes that. But you know these technology things, man. You can never get them right, even though you got the experience, you know.
Good now?
You can still hear it?
Yeah, I can still hear it.
Oh gosh. They're working on it. We should
Okay.
be able to get that out of the way as soon as possible. You are joining us here at the Startup Business Festival. We've been doing this for the whole month of November, looking into all things entrepreneurship. Catch us out with all of our content on www.startupbusinessfestival.com. We've got each and every masterclass there. We've got each and every showcase, and of course, all the different interactions that we've been having with our entrepreneurs, with all the different sectors, which are and not limited to environmental entrepreneurship, economical entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and cultural entrepreneurship. As we are waiting for our technical team to sort out the echo so that we can have a smooth running showcase here today from the founder of
the black man matter. It's quite interesting. It says black man matter. It's a thing here by Mr. Arnold Sibanda, and it really looks into how we are perceived as men and how can we change that around. So it's in brackets, Black Men Matter, the Black Male Positivity Project. So not to say the least, I'm a black man, he's a black man, but he's more blacker than I am. In a good way, that is. So the Black Male Positivity Project, hashtag Black Men Matter, is something that we really want to delve into, where Mr. Arnold Sibanda will actually take us through the genesis of it, its inception, how has it fared from that point to where it is now, and what can we look forward to regarding the Black Male Positivity Project. So it seems interesting, and it's one that raises an eyebrow when you hear about it, because you also have to deal with the situation and current circumstances that males in South Africa and in the general African context are faced with. I mean, we are the ones to be seen with patriarchy, or some would say that patriarchy actually came into the black man culture and it's not our thing. So we really want to delve into a number of elements that are aligned and linked with those type of narratives there. Mr. Sibanda, would you like to say something just to check if the echo is still there?
Yes. The
echo is still there.
But I don't think it's a monk. Just got a land. So let me see. Yeah.
Let's just sort that out real quick.
Now?
You still hear it?
Yeah, I can still hear the echo.
The guys are hearing an echo. What's the story? Mr. Sibanda is hearing an echo of himself when he's projecting. Can you still hear an echo, sir?
Let me check.
Is the echo still there?
Yeah, let me
Say again, sir?
Let me try access see if the echo is still there.
Okay. Using.
Okay.
Now the technical team says the echo is coming from your side.
Yeah.
Say something. Testing.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sir, can you ensure that all your tabs are closed so that maybe that could be the reason that we have the echo?
Oh, okay.
Was the echo now?
I've closed every tab. There was
Do
no
you see
echo.
me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear the echo?
Okay. No echo at all.
Also, now we're good to go, right?
Now we're good to go, yeah?
All right. So, excuse us for that technical glitch. Seems this thing has some echo, so it's definitely going to go miles and miles and miles and reach the right people that it needs to reach. We were talking to the actual project that he has running, and he going by the name of Mr. Arnold Sibanda, which is the Black Male Positivity Project. So, sir, as I had said, quite a little bit of lengthy introduction into it. Maybe if you might start with telling us a little bit about yourself, and then thereafter we delve into the Black Male Positivity Project.
100%. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I mean,
Pleasure. Yeah.
I love seeing such platforms, such progressive platforms. We need more of such platforms that give creators, entrepreneurs a platform to share and get as many people as involved in whatever we're working on. So my name is Arnold Sivanda. I'm the creative director at Mensburg Italia. I'm also the curator of the Black Male Positivity Project. I'm a father, I'm a brother, and above everything, I'm a black man on a mission, you know,
Nice.
and
Nice.
that's the most important uh, part of the journey. We are on a mission, we have an agenda, and we won't stop until that agenda is fulfilled. So, we're going to dive into the Black Male Positivity Project. So, as part of our brand in Men's Book Italia, it's a clothing brand for men. So, our approach to sustainable fashion extends to social justice through the Black Male Positivity Project. So, that's our approach to sustainable fashion. Because most people, when they think sustainable fashion, they think we're using garments that are recycled and all that, which is part of that, but also it extends to social justice. Yeah, so we've extended our approach to fashion through the Black Male Positivity Project. So how we started was it was a way to inspire and celebrate black man in a way. So the project grew from that. It started as a campaign, if I may call it that. So then we're like, no, let's formalize this thing. Let's make it a thing. Let's make it an actual thing. You know, let's use it as a tool to collectively group, you know, uh, and organize black men, you know, and get everyone on the same page. You know, yeah. So currently we have a project under that called Celebrating Black Fatherhood. So it looks at different issues that fathers face. You know, uh, I mean, the objective behind that is to change the narrative, change the stereotypes, and just try paint black fathers in a positive light. You know, because it's very important. You know, narratives are very important. So once we take control and ownership of the narrative, then we decide what information is out there. You know, we can counter whatever is negative and put the positive out there, which in the long term creates a change. You know, we start to see a change. We start seeing people getting involved. You know, we start seeing people saying, "I want to be that guy. I want to be like that guy. What are you doing that I'm not doing right? How can I learn from you?" So yeah, so as part of the celebrating Black Fatherhood project, that's what we're currently running now. Then we have another one for Black boys, still under the Black Male Positivity Project, which looks at how young boys form their masculine identities. You know, what challenges they face in constructing their masculine identities. You know, so currently we're looking at the boys in the township because there's a lot of influences in the township. You know, for one to be called a man, that's how we indoor in the car. So there's a lot of things that influence that statement. You know, so we're looking at the negative and the positives, and how we can help those boys navigate that. You know, so we want to influence policymakers through our research. We want to say, this is what we through our research, this is what we've identified, and this is what we think you should be doing at school. This is what we think church leaders should be doing, you know, in terms of grooming these men. So we want to influence and change the curriculum, you know, the life orientation curriculum. There's room for improvement in that curriculum, and it's where most of our sons spend uh, their time in schools, and we want to be able to say these are the results, these are the facts, these are the stats, because we don't want to work with opinions. We want to bring stats to the table through research, through different forms of research that we're currently carrying out. And under that project, so we have an exhibition actually coming up. We're working with Afropunk. It's a very big organization. I'm sure you guys know it. So the organization is going to look at how Black boys construct their masculine identities in Africa. So it's going to be, we're going to run it through Africa as well. So yeah, so that's the project in a nutshell, I would say. Like I've said it.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, when I heard that I was going to be interacting with you, I went ahead and put on my black hat just for aesthetics, but also on another tip, putting a black hat on just means that you are just more than a black man. But in your understanding through the research that you mentioned and going forward and doing exhibitions and having campaigns for brotherhood and going forward, what do you see as the epitome of a black man or a black boy? What is it that should really be the construct of the North Star in terms of how we should actually handle ourselves? What is it that we should be focusing on? What should be our mandate according to you?
Our mandate. Man, let me tell you, man, we are kings, man, before anything. We built so many things in this world, man, and the history books have been distorted, our history has been stolen from us. We want what's ours back, so there's no mandate. The mandate is we are kings and we want our crowns, they were taken from us. Now we want them back. They took our crowns, they took our stories, they took our research, they took our ideas, now we want them back. We want what's ours back. There's no mandate. There's no this is it, because once we say we want everyone to be here, we putting limitations. There's no limitations. We want to be cultured. We are cultured, we are literate. We are mathematicians, man. We are gods, man, so we want what's ours back. We want to change the story, and now we're taking full ownership of that. So there's no mandate. The agenda is to be the best versions of ourselves. The agenda is to take what's ours back. The agenda is to take our crowns back. The agenda is to protect our women. The agenda is to raise our kids. The agenda is to be economically empowered. The agenda is to be free and speak from a place of power. We want what's ours back. We want our crowns. That's it.
Wow. I mean, that's powerful. Right there, straight cut, no beating around the bush. It's straight to the point. Now, you saying this to me, and I understand fully, and I'm with you on that. But when you actually look at when the thievery happened to where we are today, don't you see it being quite of a challenge to actually connect the dots? Because same kids, same children that we want to raise, they have a consumption of a media which is not indigenous to who they are. What are the cultural nuances that have been shaping us in a negative way, and how do you think could be done to actually overcome such?
I'm glad you mentioned the media influence. Which has played a very important role in I'll put it blunt, destroying the image of the black man. It is very easy to crucify a black man than any other one on the planet. You don't need a lot to put me away. They can go on. We think it's he did it. Then I'm gone. So that's how the media has painted us, and for the longest time, that's how we've been viewed as. So now, as parents, with this knowledge that I have, that we want other black men to have, we can raise our kids in a way that We want them to, and we need to know that we have the power to shape our kids, because kids are like a blank canvas. They're like this. So it's what you teach them. It's your teachings. You bring how you bring them up. And we have to bring our kids in a certain way that they understand um, who they are. That there is no that first of all, before anything, you're black. That's not going to change. And being black, you have a duty, to uphold certain principles and values, because we are judged as a collective. If you mess up at work today, you might ruin the chances for other black men that come after you for the same post. Yeah, they say, we know them. We know them. But now, if we're on the same agenda, if you're working at a company, you have to uphold yourself in a certain way. We're not saying now you have to, no, values, ethics, principles, all those things that we want to instill on our kids. So the only way we can counter the media is taking control of what we teach our kids, what our kids consume, trying by all means to be present and active parents. I can't give my son an iPhone and not occasionally check what he's viewing. That's and I need to know what my son is consuming. I need to be able to sit down with him on certain conversation. Like, man, I see you've been. What's the story here? No, you shouldn't be consuming that. Consume that. So it's not easy, but it's there's a way. We can't blame them. We can only blame the media to a certain extent. But now we in places where we have platforms like this where you can share messages. Where we can control the narrative, where we can control what our kids consume, what the community at large consumes as well. So yeah.
Wow, fantastic. So I think you are using a school of thought so that you can
Yeah.
actually do things in a different way or do things in a more specific way, if I may. So, connecting the two questions and now thinking after hearing your interactions, I'm saying the best classic example of the type of man that we should really have as a North Star is guys like Jai Denner, right? I mean, he came through, he is very much proud of his African roots as much as he's merging it with the urban way of life. I mean, even in his videos, he's got a whole studio where he's teaching the young ones how to play chess, how to defend themselves with martial arts and stuff like that. It's a beautiful story, beautiful picture. But someone might come and say, but in that beautiful picture, you've got different puzzles and they're all scattered. And that's why you'll never realize what you're trying to get to because you guys are not united. What would you say is that thing that is holding us back from being united as African brothers? Because, I mean, we've seen xenophobic things happening here in the South, and there's so much lack of understanding of this culture and the other culture. It was not so long ago, I was speaking with a Shona woman, and I was like, actually, tell me something. Since you've been here in South Africa for such a duration, what type of words do you hear that kind of resemble the words that you use in your Shona language? And she told me that ukudla, which is food, is pretty much said in the same way, but in a different pronunciation. And to come here, which is woza la, they actually say woya la. So I'm like, wow, we've been so, I don't even know what to call it, but it's like we've been turning a blind eye away from the other cultures that are here in Africa, and we've been operating exclusively in silos whilst not knowing the value that we hold if we were to actually understand each other and get together. So what would you say, if anything, speak to that?
I mean, you see, we're not organized, man. We need to organize ourselves. Yeah, we for the longest time we haven't had an agenda. I mean, even as an African continent, we don't have an agenda. So the important thing is leadership. Leadership. Simple put, leadership. We don't have strong leadership. We don't have strong authoritative leadership. That's how it is. Um, from looking at our African leadership structure, it's distorted. It's not effective. It's not efficient. It's not organized. The only guy that's doing the Lord's work is the guy from Rwanda, the Rwandan president. He's organized, very decisive, a figure of authority. He's there. He puts his people first. He's on a mission. There's an agenda. Now we're not organized because we don't have an agenda. We don't know what the agenda is as an African continent. But now what we've done with the Black Male Positivity Project, we created a platform to organize Black men. When you go on the platform, you sign in with your email and your name. And you get a pledge. You get our pillars, what we believe in. And you sign in on that platform. And we regularly interact with you through our newsletter. That's one form of organizing people. All right. So we need to know exactly how many brothers we have within this movement. We need to know he's in such a profession, at this, how can we help him, So because it's a very extensive platform and it's beautiful. When you sign on the platform, you put your name and your email. Then from that email, there's a part where you also put your profession. So going forward, we're able to know exactly as well what information to send you if you're purchasing a car based on that, how to help you make a good financial decision. If you're looking to purchase a house, we'll be able to determine such things for you. Now you don't have to heavily rely on entities such as FNB or so and so who don't have your best interest at heart. So that's one thing you do. You organize people, right? You organize people in a way that everyone is on the same agenda. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's like you already knew what I was going to get to in the next question, because here we are talking about brotherhood. And Chino Achebe, in his book, Capitalist Nigger, mentions the concept of the spider web doctrine. So in us actually coming together, strengthening and mobilizing and organizing, right? How do we then take care of the financial aspect of coming together and the power or leverage that we have in numbers?
Yeah. Like I've said, my brother, with what we do with the Black Male Positivity Project, it's a very extensive project. I feel like it's the most important project ever, and there's a need for it, because you are mentioning the things that we are trying to address. How do we use our strength in numbers to our advantage? We group ourselves, and once we've grouped ourselves, we start speaking in the same voice. We start seeing things in the same way, because we're getting information from the same source. We're going to complain to the same source. We're making suggestions to the same source. Now we're organized, right? That's how we use our strength in numbers. That's the only way we can use our strength in numbers, because we are large consumers of most things in South Africa. We are consumers of. We are consumers basically more than anything, and we have buying power, in numbers actually. Yeah, we are the largest demographic, so we need to use those things to our advantage. We need to know what our people want, when, how, why, and we need to be able to say no, but this doesn't make sense, man. Why would you want to do this from a financial point of view, and provide reasons, as to why you should be making such reckless financial decisions, and provide solutions. That's the only way we can address such things, if we organize ourselves and start speaking in one voice.
I hear you 100%. But when we look into Africa, man, it's been pretty much a utopia, really. The gold comes from here, the platinum comes from here, finest coffee comes from here. Actually, it has been pretty much the Eden of the world. if you may. So there's a saying that goes, when power meets power, one must bow. And this takes me to one thing that I once heard a while ago that says, the number one curse of Africa is its people and ego. Do you think that perhaps that cultural clash is that one thing that kind of stifles us to actually be one? Because one person would say, no, but my royalty status from Nigeria is far better than yours in South Africa. And the other might say, actually, my Sudanese royalty status is the one that actually made the genesis of Egypt. So I'm more royal than you. Do you think ego, in a sense, is quite a challenge for us to actually move forward?
Yeah, to a certain extent, man. Pride, I'll call it pride, you know.
You call it pride?
It's misplaced pride. It's misplaced pride. There's nothing wrong with pride, you know. There's nothing wrong being a proud Zulu man. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong being prideful about where you come from. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's misplaced because now you're saying, I'm better than you. Then it's misplaced. You know, then now we lose the vision of the African continent, which we don't have, you know. So now it becomes a thing of, look at me, everything I'm doing is to be better than you. It doesn't become a thing of, look at my Zulu-ness, and I see your let's say you're Nigerian, I see that, and how can we learn? This is what you can learn from me, and I can learn that from you, you know. So it doesn't become that. So it's misplaced pride. So we can call it that, you know. Then what else did you mention? I'm trying to think.
Actually, on that note, I just had an idea. Do you perhaps have cultural connect sessions where maybe somebody from Africa can come in and actually talk about what they do, where they come from, how is their way of life, and kind of have that education circle happen? Do you guys do that at all?
Man, me, my parents brought from Zimbabwe, so I'm from Zim, but I've stayed in South Africa for the longest time. And throughout my creative journey, man, I've traveled and I've worked with everyone. You know, I was just on a call right now with brothers from Ghana. You know, we work in a project. You know, so with because we're part of a global community. You know, right now. You know, and as creatives, we have a way of seeing things, and we understand things. You know, so with our brand, 3 pillars: aesthetic, heritage, and culture. That's it. So it doesn't mean it's not necessarily my culture, you know. It can be anyone's culture, and we want to learn from them, you know. So right now we at how can we collaborate, you know? How can I communicate what you're trying to say to my South African market, you know? How can we merge and be one, you know? So with that, yeah, I mean, I speak to brothers from all over the world on a daily basis. I work with brothers from all over the world on a daily basis, you know. So I haven't encountered any friction or anything like that, you know. But it is there, you know. It is there. But now we have the same vision, and the mandate is the same. We want to bring ideas to life. We want to.
I'm still here, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we want to bring ideas to life, and we want to change the narrative about the African continent and Black man. So yeah.
Be going and be back in a few. Yes, sir. I'm saying we should be going on a break. And I think we're saying we're coming back in 5 minutes. Does that go with you?
5 minutes. Oh, can I? Yeah. No, cool. We can do that.
Yeah, so at 13:55 we should be back here.
Okay, at 2. We're back at 2.
No, we're back at 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you, sir. So
all right.
We'll see you in a bit.
Hi, my name is Lucky Diteru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you.
We came here to hack and so the hackers can hack no more.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, we're back on it again. I'm thinking to myself, wow, the conversation is quite prolific. You know, you mentioned uh, aesthetics, heritage, and culture, right? And
100%.
now, continuing with that, going forward, mine is to actually say the legacy that you would want to leave behind. Should leave this life, you know. What type of legacy is it that you are building?
Legacy. Legacy. We had a chat the other day about legacy. Very interesting conversation. You know, legacy, man, it's a very broad thing. Um, yeah, you know, because now it's not just about the tangibles. You know, it's also about the intangibles. You know, uh, emotional legacy. Someone mentioned that. I was like, whoa. You know, what is that? You know, so
Very deep.
you want our kids to be empowered. You know, we don't want to teach our kids low self-esteem. We don't want to do that. We want to teach them to be great, to strive. We want them to know they're capable of anything. So that's the type of legacy we want to leave. You know, because from that you can do more for yourself because you're acting from a power of strength. Right? Then obviously we want to leave our kids the tangibles, you know, financial, wealth, all that, which takes years to build. We're going to try our best we can to build that. But someone said the most important one would be the emotional legacy, because from that they can do anything. You know, they don't have to circle back and deal with the trauma or this and that, then catch up. You know, right? And so emotional legacy, we want to work on that as well. You know, yeah, we're not going to teach our kids low self-esteem. We want to raise empowered individuals who can articulate themselves, who can strive for nothing but gold. So yeah.
You know, most of the people that are in my circle will tell you that I'm known for a status that I've put on my social platforms, which goes kingship plus gravitas equals to sovereignty.
That's it. Love that.
Yeah. So now I can have the mentality of a king, act like a king, and do all things like a king. But now, one would ask me to say, how do you make your woman find a way back to queendom? And in us doing that, how do we do that in a way that is successful, but also in a way that does not nullify our indigenous norms, our indigenous way of life, you know? Because, I mean, right now, you've got a whole situation happening in Africa where some people are Islam, some people are Christians, but before the Islamic state and the Christian state came to be a way of life, there was a way that we used to live by, right? So how do you then merge all of that together, but then still give our women a way that they can actually say, you know what, I'm a queen because she's taught me queendom. How do you think we'll be able to actually get that going on?
I hear you, man. You see now, that's a different topic. That's a whole topic on its own, which is very extensive as well. So, who's to say that one can be a queen under the Islamic faith? Who's to say? Who's to say one can be a queen under Christianity? Who's to say that? You know. So we need to be progressive thinkers, you know, and and we need to, because that's a different topic, man. It can take forever, but no one is to say one can be empowered under certain faith, you know. Uh-huh. Right. One thing you must know is that we want people to go into things aware of what they're getting into. We want people to make conscious decisions. So if I'm choosing a certain faith, I know what I'm getting into. Mhm. And I can be a king in that environment. I can be a king in that, I can be a queen in that setting, you know. Uh-huh. So what you see as oppressive is actually not. I signed up for it and I know exactly what I got into. You see. So no one is to say one can be this under certain. No. That's a whole lot of conversation, debate. But the most important thing, we must learn how to live in harmony together. We must respect each other's choices and decisions. Yeah, no one is to say because you're under certain faith, you know. If I choose my ancestral way of life, you know, I can be a king in that, you know. But I'm not better with someone who's chosen something different to that, you know. I'm not, you know. So yeah, and we progressive now, you know, because I can't live the way my ancestors lived. I can't, you know. I can't. I can't. I can practice some of the things they used to do, but in today's world, they won't serve me. You know, some of them won't serve me in honesty. Yeah, some of them actually hold us back. You know, as African people, because we're not progressive. We have to be progressive. We have to move with the times. You know, um, if you refuse to grow, you will get eaten, or you will self distract if you refuse to grow. So you have to grow. We have to move forward. We have to be progressive, adapt, change, take new information, go forward.
Now, I just want to jump into aesthetic for a few minutes because now we've seen guys like Jay-Z, you know, grow their hair as much as it's bushy, as much as it's all over the place. They still go and do it with the suit. We've seen guys like J. Cole also do that, you know. And when I'm talking about aesthetics, I'm also trying to tap into us showing our queens how to go about because we've seen our queens wear Peruvian wigs, Brazilian wigs. So, in terms of aesthetics, do we have it right or do we still have a way to go?
Please repeat that, my brother. I didn't get it.
I'm saying, in terms of the three pillars that you mentioned, you also mentioned the pillar of aesthetics. And in looking into aesthetics, I mean, we've seen people actually elevate and become properly African. You know, guys like Jay-Z, guys like J. Cole, you know, have grown their hair. It's not really according to the norm of being combed and proper according to somebody else's standard. They're just having it grow all natural. And I'm trying to also tie this question with the previous one that I asked about teaching our women queendomship in a way that they are wearing Peruvian wigs and they're wearing Brazilian wigs. So in the terms of aesthetics, in an African perspective, do you think we are there or there's still a way for us to go? Mr. Arnold.
Yes, brother. Network problems. Oh no, I get you. So when we speak about aesthetic from our brand point of view, that's where you get to confuse or merge your African heritage or aesthetics in a more modern way. You know, yeah. Because often you're going to meetings and stuff. You know, so how do you merge that into a
Yeah.
into today's world. Yeah, so you can have pants with the trimming, yeah, leather trimming in range. So that's aesthetic. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, because we don't want certain things to be forgotten. you know. So we want to have those reminders, you know, which even though we are appearing in certain settings, some people can still say, oh no, I get it. This man is from South Africa. No, I get it. This man is from Kenya. This man is from so and so, you know, because aesthetically, Mashazami, they resemble something about that. You know, there's a part of my heritage, you know, in there. So that's what we talk about when we talk about aesthetics, you know. Yeah.
I'm loving this conversation because I mean it's like you say, very extensive. And I heard you mention earlier on that we as an African community, we are so much into consumerism. And lately there's been a shift. You know, like we used to have premium brands where textiles are so expensive, but they are so expensive only to a certain few, which is guys like your Louis Vuitton, guys like your Gucci and such. But we've seen that actually change in the past couple of years or so, where now we've got Amakosa, you know, like also ranging in a very high price range, right? But not only that, it's just expensive for it being expensive because it's seen as now really craft. You know, we've seen the sneakers where Umam Esther Mashamu had painted them and they were worth like $7.7 million, right? So now we're seeing that there's now a change of tide where African craftsmanship or the craft from Africa is now really being recognized on a global stage and platform. So in me saying that, like, what made us to finally get it right? And in terms of consumerism, can we really now get to a point where we are all African, right? Because we've seen brands like Batu come into the fold. We've seen brands like Drip also come into the fold. You know, this is all African brands. You know, I don't even want to say South African brands. They're all African brands. And I think we've got a whole lot more to offer. But then again, the finances also are a thing, right? And we also have that mentality to say a Gucci versus an African product, I still would go European. How can we sort that out?
So, you know, let's start with a brand like Makosa. You know, the beauty of it, man. I mean, it falls within those pillars we discussed: heritage, so closer heritage, African heritage, aesthetic, Makosa, South African, you know, and culture, you know, African culture, closer culture. So from a craftsman's point of view, it's beautifully made. It's beautifully crafted. You know, it's and the techniques they use. You know, the techniques they used when they started the brand, they're of closer heritage. That's how they used to knit back in the days. You know, so now what he did was he modernized it. You know, he made it relatable to the now generation using old techniques, you know. So that's what he did, which is why the brand is of such value. You know, he modernized ancient weaving closer techniques, you know. So it's like that's why Louis Vuitton is expensive because it's a generational brand. It's skills passed down from the grandfather. You see, it makes the brand more expensive. Unlike waking up one day, there's no skill involved. I just start making things, you know, and doing things. There's no story involved. There's no craftsmanship involved, you know. So brands like Mark Close, I'll mention that one because that's for me, that's one of our luxury brands from Africa, especially South Africa, that people don't really understand, you know. They don't understand the amount of work and heritage that is in that brand and the pricing as well. They get it confused. Then we have you mentioned Batu and Drip. You know,
I'm listening,
yes,
sir. Are you? Yep.
yes, I'm there. You mentioned Batu and Drip. Yes, we are very happy about those brands that we are doing something. You know, but let's look at Drip and a brand like Nike. You know, Mm. So Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, the only thing he ever wanted to do was shoes. He didn't do anything else. Shoes, and he can explain to you the shoe. He can take it apart for you and explain to you, I made 50 samples for one style. I didn't get the rubber right. I didn't get the sole right. So that's heritage on the brand part, which is why it's going to last longer. Which is why um, the brand costs so much. So we see we also moving in that direction with. I hope you're moving in that direction with Drip and Ipacho. I hope they invest more in research and product development because that's
hope
not
so
the
too.
best. That's not the best we can do. That's not the best we can do. We can do so much better than that. So I hope they invest more in product development, research. Consult doctors on people's feet. Come to us and tell us because people of African descent and their feet are like this. We think the shoe should be like this and the sole should be like that. That's the level we want to be operating at. Yeah, well, now I'm not taking away from the business aspect of it. It's good business. It's good business. It's good business, but we can do more than that. Yeah, and I'm talking about guys who have resources to do that. Yeah. Um, so Patri and Drip, from aesthetic and heritage and culture point of view and craftsman point of view, there's still room for improvement. We need to invest in more product development and research. Yeah. Then then you mentioned resources or textiles. So now the game has changed, man. So Nigeria doesn't allow people to export textiles out of Nigeria anymore. You need licensing. Now we're taking back our resources. We can't even take cocoa out of the Congo anymore. You have to make your chocolate there. So now we're taking back our resources, like what I was saying to you, that we want at Crown's Bank. So now we are owning our textiles, we're owning the skills. So now the only thing we have to do is invest in producing good quality products. And I know we can do that. And that's what we need to be focused on.
Wow, fantastic. Lately I've been on a journey of listening to African jazz, right? And I can mention a few. Like guys like Nabozu, Ngoma Katini. There's quite plenty. And when you really hear it, you love it. Especially if you're a person with a good ear. You're like, wow, this sounds amazing. But it's only when you actually see the reception of the guys on foreign lands and you be like, wow, these guys are kings in what they do, right? And I'm not only talking about that, I'm also talking about another journey into the arts, when you follow certain fine artists, like the work of people that I can think of from the top of my head. Guys like, now their names are running away, oh my goodness. But we've got a number of great fine artists here in SA and in the African continent also. So now, my question is, why is it that these guys will be celebrated first in foreign lands and not celebrated in their hometown? And then another thing comes and pulls in my head and says, but Tabo, there's no renaissance that you guys have actually went through for you to actually appreciate the arts. There is no gallery or museum in the township except for Soweto, in the whole of Africa, or no, what am I saying? In the whole of Gauteng, right? That is according to my understanding. And I'm thinking to myself, if we've got a lack of galleries and museums in the township, what about the rural areas? Do you think we need to actually go through some sort of African renaissance for us to actually appreciate the arts that will then delve into influencing our culture and heritage, and then of course the appreciation of aesthetics?
Mm, No, I hear you, man. I hear you, and you're right. You're right, actually. Yeah, it's a how can I word this? With the Black Male Positivity Project, man, it's about more than anything teaching self love as well. how to love ourselves again and appreciate our art. And appreciate our art again, right? So one can go as far as saying we not we are ashamed to we're not proud of our heritage to a certain extent. We're not willing to say no. We own this, this is us 110%, like, does it make sense that we only celebrate, in South Africa, it's the only one of the few African countries actually that celebrates Heritage Day. That on Heritage Day, it's where you see abantu bagcoka amabheshe in their African attires, in Ghana, man, it's an everyday thing,
True.
In Kenya, it's an everyday thing. In Nigeria, it's an everyday thing, So there's a I don't want to call it self-hate, but it's that thing of low self-esteem, and identity crisis. That's what we have. In fact, to galleries, there's so many art galleries in South Africa, actually, art. There's so much art, we just need to appreciate it more. We need to know we own this thing. Lapha ngaseVilakazi, beautiful place, man. There's so much history and heritage around that place. If you spend 20 minutes Vilakazi Street, just go around, you learn so much, and you should feel proud to be a resident of Sekasi, or and just being black, which actually these people did this, and I can do that, So the other thing we want to do as part of the Black Male Positivity Project, when was the last time you saw a positive billboard that inspires young boys to dream? When was the last time you saw?
When was the last time I saw what?
When was the last time you saw a positive billboard? A billboard for positive affirmation, like a positive, something that inspires young boys to dream, man. When was the last time you saw a billboard that does that?
Well, it's been a while.
Never.
I can't even
Have you ever seen one?
I can't even think of a time when I did.
You see? But here's another question. When was the last time you saw a billboard of an alcohol brand, Ekas?
I think it was yesterday.
Exactly. You see, that's what the problem is, you see.
Yeah.
We young boys in the township, they're not consuming the right things, man. From information, from visual cues, from mentorship. One billboard of a black astronaut, Ekas, will make so much difference. If one kid sees that on his way to school all the time, something happens to the way he thinks, to the way he applies himself. If we have a billboard of a black dad who is just holding his son or the family, it does something, People aspire to that. They see it every day. They're like, you know what? You see, so I hear what you're mentioning, but before we get there, we need to work on an emotional legacy. We need to make sure people are empowered. We need to make sure that people consume things that make them feel empowered. Even with the arts, man, have billboard of Umama Esther Mahlangu's art in the township. Have it there. Let people know that she did that. That's it. Have such things that make a huge difference in the long run. So yeah.
So going back to Egypt, sir, we've had hieroglyphics for the longest time. And I remember I saw hieroglyphics put toe to toe with WhatsApp emojis. Now, what I would like to say is, do you see a future of us having our own social network?
No, I don't see a future of that. So now we need to, the other thing we need to shy away from as black people is creating things that are already there. There's no need for them. The only thing we have to do is use those things to advantage. We don't have to make another Facebook. There already is one. We just have to use Facebook to organize ourselves and push our agenda. It's less from a cost perspective. It's cheaper. So we use what's already been built to organize ourselves, push our agenda, and advance ourselves. So no, we don't need another social media platform that's black owned. No, we just need to. I feel like we just need to use what's already there in a way that benefits us. In a way that pushes our agenda. In a way that, we've got a group Lapa on Facebook. It's Black Fathers Group. It's a global thing. There's about 2 million members in that group. So that's one way of using already existing platforms to organize ourselves. Then once we have those numbers, if we decide to have our own platform, we can do that. But what that does is it excludes us from the global economy, from the global activities. Now we don't know what everyone is doing, and we can operate like that, but because it leaves us prone to attack. We don't see what's coming to us. Well, else when we're on Facebook, we know whatever is coming. We know what the next person is doing to counter us. We know what the competition is doing because everything is published there. Like, okay, cool. We go to our group and we discuss amongst ourselves. Yeah, no, we don't. I believe we don't need another social media platform. Yeah, we do. We do need more schools though. We do need more platforms like this. Yeah, well, so these are things we should be investing in.
Fantastic. Having chatted with you, there's just that one undercurrent theme that's just happening in my mind. And it's this movie called Judas and the Black Messiah. I don't know if you've seen that.
I've seen it. I sat through. It's like 3 hours long, man. I sat through that thing. I watched it. It's a beautiful movie from choreography, the wardrobe, the script, beautifully written. I read the book.
Your key lessons and what needs to happen for us to take care of those, or rather even prevent those that would actually sell out on a brotherhood movement. What do you think are those things that you'd actually like to take out there in the world? Say, don't sabotage another brother when you are same skin. Because we even saw with the underground movement against the apartheid regime, we were being sold by our own. And there's also a saying that goes, for that who would betray his brother, he has to start first by betraying himself.
Yeah.
So what your thoughts about that, where we are, and how we actually navigate from such foolishness, I would call it.
Yeah, foolishness. Man, the reason why we find ourselves in such situations when one betrays the other or betrays the collective is because those people are not covered. They're not protected. They are very easy to manipulate because they're not protected as an individual. See, so with my family, right? If I don't cover my son and my partner, I leave them exposed. I leave them open to manipulation. I leave them open to outside influences. But where else, if I'm there and I'm present and I cover them, I cover them with love, I cover them with values, I cover them with principle, I cover them with integrity, I cover them with you have to honor this and that. And they're protected and they know, how to live in a society, then chances of them betraying the mission or the agenda at large are very low compared to one who's not covered. Yeah, well, it's very easily manipulated. Yeah, I've got nothing. I don't have values. I don't have a dad. I don't have a mom. I don't have a structure. Yeah, so they go for those people, you know. So that's why we have found ourselves over time and time where people betray the collective. It's not just strongest people, it was your weak people that were approached and used, you see. So yeah, we just need to um, cover our families, man. Yeah, you know. Yeah, if you see someone like as a young boy, you know, if you got time, cover that boy. It doesn't have to be cover him, just show him, but you just make him feel part of the vision, you know. Yeah, make him see a better tomorrow. Give him hope. Yeah, well, you see, I'm just one day we get young, but and if things go right, we're gonna do this and that, and leave it there. You know what happens? Sometimes the boy doesn't stop thinking about that. You know, like, oh yes, I remember. My boy now tell, oh now they're out. Yeah, I remember, man. Yeah. You see? So we need to cover ourselves, man. Cover your family, man. Cover those close to you. That's it.
Wow, beautiful. Cover your brother, cover your cousin, cover your
Cover
son,
your family, man. Cover
cover
your
your family.
wife. That's it.
Cover your family. And family here
That's
does
it.
not also mean your immediate family. It means like the African child, right? Just cover the African child. We've been in
100%.
conversation, yeah?
I'm saying 100%, man. You're right. Cover the
Yeah,
African child.
fantastic. We've been in conversation with Mr. Arnold Sibanda, the founder of For Black Boys and also the Black Male Positivity Project. Hashtag Black Men Matter. It's been great, sir. I appreciate each and every moment of this. I think we definitely need to have an extension of this here conversation. And I would love to see the growth of what you're doing. And it's quite some tremendous work that you're putting in. I mean, this is like really rewriting history, straight up. It's really rewriting history.
Thank you,
And the
my brother.
Focus
Thank you.
Council is something that's very much needed, especially at a time like this. You know, when we're making the transition from traditional to digital, and also with how the world is now opening up, right? So, with that said, sir, your closing remarks. Thank you for you availing your time and actually doing the work that you do.
No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I mean, we need more of these platforms. We need to get more young people on such platforms. I saw you have master classes as well. You know, I will log onto your website. I will share the links. You know, I will spread information because it doesn't cost much to share information. You know, that's what we need. Just share information. No people can access. No help is available. No people are willing to listen. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's yep. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
No.
We will be in contact. Definitely, I'm gonna be signing up. Next thing from the black hats, gonna be black t-shirt, black jeans, black all everything.
Like everything, man. That's it.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Instead of saying sir, rather, thank you very much, King. We shall be in council very soon.
I see you, my king. Do best, man. You're doing great. Don't stop. Thank you so
Bless me.
much.
Thank you. More life, more light.
Thank you.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for today's showcase with Mr. Arnold Sibanda, founder of Black. Why am I forgetting it now? Black Male Positivity Project, and also founder for Black Boys. Also founder of Brother. Get a lighter. Please turn it over. It's all in my sister. It's a man.
So contact the how kids, and
It's a man.
no, a lady.
It's a lady.
Yeah. So topic is based on GPV. Hoka bonara on. Shiftless schedule, next Saturday. Yeah.
I didn't know this is a display name. He really like a speaker from the other interview. I took great speaker.
Yeah, having challenges with.
I should speak.
Yeah, when you can speak and then we go to back desk, the one on their end. We are struggling to get their voice here, speak.
But I wasn't told that.
That's because the guys were on the other thing. So.
Hello? Are we on?
We came here to hack and so the hackers can hack no more.
Hello, hello. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm tired. I think it's a year-end fatigue going on with me. Yeah, but we were still thriving. So, are you good wherever you are?
I'm well, thank you. How are
Fantastic.
you?
I'm great. I'm great. It seems as if your audio is crisp and clear. Can you hear me the same way I hear you?
Yes, indeed, I can.
Fantastic. So, we're going to get started. We are here to start our business festival on our last week. And we kind of thought to say, actually, you know what? After having looked at entrepreneurship from all four different elements, which is entrepreneurial in the sense that is facing environmentally, facing economically, socially, and also culturally. So there's certain other things that need to be taken care of because you cannot really operate within a society without having certain pillars be taken care of. And I think with you coming on board, it's mainly to answer on that, to say, as a society, moving away from money, moving away from business, moving away from all things that are commerce related. At the end of the day, your consumers are human beings, right? And we pretty much want to touch onto those elements, issues, and of course situations that we find ourselves in as a people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined by Shabiso Lombo. She is going to be coming in for a topic that is relating innovations regarding gender-based violence. Ma'am, I'd like to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, and then we can get into it.
Thank you. Good, it's afternoon, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abiso Lombo. I am a young woman who I was born in Port Elizabeth, bred in a small town in the Eastern Cape called Queenstown. Now is Komani, and I'm the youngest of 3 daughters. I am really an avid, I would say, change maker. I'm passionate about trying to solve the socio-economic issues of our country. My vision, or rather mission statement in life, is to be a thought leader in solving the socio-economic problems of our country. My current problem that I'm looking at is how do we solve, or how do we use technology to improve our emergency response systems, which speaks on gender-based violence. I have a accounting degree from the University of Cape Town, and I am currently, a full-time entrepreneur, I'd call myself. I work as a real estate agent. So that's just a bit more about myself. I love cycling, love the outdoors. So yeah, that's just a tip of the iceberg about me.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it from the lady herself. She's very deep, because the tip of an iceberg is when we're on the water, and when you go deeper, it's bigger than what the eye might see. So you are the youngest of 3 daughters, and now, if I may, how do you relate to your sisters in terms of their relationships with other males?
That is an interesting question as to how, I'm not quite sure how I would answer your question. How do they relate?
How do you relate to them? Do you guys talk about your boyfriends? Do you guys have a certain standard to say, no, magube inyawo zake ziyanuka myeke? I mean, those type of things. Do you have a standard? Do you guys like have a certain criteria about how you actually relate to males as sisters?
So that would actually firstly assume that we're all hetero. I wouldn't say we openly speak about relationships as sisters, which we should do. But there is sort of a consensus of what's going on in everyone else's lives. So I think there is that sort of general relation as to how, not necessarily we perceive males in relationships, but how we perceive men in general.
Okay, sorry, I've seen that I made a mistake in terms of thinking that you are all heterosexual, but being raised in a community where things are like that, you tend to carry those things with you, right? So pardon me for that, but really I was just getting into how did it actually all come about that you actually found yourself in a space where you were now thinking, strategizing, or even conceptualizing within the realm of innovations with regards to GBV? How did that all happen?
Interesting question. I see how you would associate how I'm from a family of 3 girls, right? But it's really about me coming from a small town, having gone to Cape Town, and now I'm in this big city and trying to navigate my way around the space, right? And it is in that space that I realized we as women in our country are not safe. So coming from Queenstown, I can walk from A to B to C to Z or Z without fear. In those times, of course, but now things have changed. And I got to Cape Town, and that wasn't the case. There were so many stories of students being held at gunpoint, being held at knife point. And then you, as a person, you generally start to have a fear over your own life, right? So for me, I generally had a fear over my own life. And I remember it was in April of 2017 where I read about the story of Ukarabo Mukwena, whose boyfriend consequently burnt her. And he was involved in the search to find her. And for me, it was a chilling moment, because I had so many questions. Could she have had an opportunity to cry out for help in that moment when she realized that she was in danger? And that's when I started researching, or rather understanding, the problem of getting help in our country. And after much investigation, you'd be surprised to find that on average it takes 3 hours to report crime at a police station. And even if you report it, you will be lucky to find out if they will even do anything about you reporting the crime, because often they'll tell you, we don't have cars to respond to your emergency, right? And then on the other end of the spectrum, there is only a 76% chance of you being found alive should you be found within the first 3 hours of you going missing, right? So if you have a 3-hour window period of you being found alive, and it's a 3-hour average to, report a crime, what are your chances of you being found alive? And that's the core problem that I'm trying to deal with in the country, is that we need to try and improve our emergency response system so that people who do actually cry out for help are helped in time. I think I went a bit over in answering your question, but I think I did it justice.
No, I appreciate that, because it's when you actually get into that zone that you're just in right now, where certain insights are found and certain key nuggets are discovered. Because it is not really a formal session where you have to now speak to us in a certain way. I mean, come on, we would be like those other guys if that was the case. We really want you to be free so we can interact. You can give us all that you want to give us, so that we can really make sense of what it is that we're going through. I mean, I know we once had a situation where somebody was missing, right? And then we were told to say, no, you have to wait a certain period before you can actually report them as missing. And for me, that was like, what are you saying to me? When was this law passed? And from that time to now, clearly there's been a lot of developments in terms of transportation, communication, and even weaponry. To say, it even pains me, because when I'm saying this to you, it's so unfortunate that the lady who was, killed in a very brutal way, it's only images of her flashing in my mind. And I'm like, but clearly this will happen if we are still running with the same old rule law that was set, I don't know when, that is clearly ineffective.
So it's quite true, but I don't think that. I think that was a rumor that you have to wait a period of 48 hours to actually report a missing person because they might come back. That has since been clarified, that you don't actually have to wait that prescribed 48 hours. But even if that was a law, there are various missing groups or missing persons groups in South Africa that don't abide by such a 48-hour rule, because we do understand, or rather they do understand, the importance of time, because that first 48 hours is very crucial, right? And I want to talk about it's an interesting point which you bring up is the emergency response time, right? And getting people help when they need it, right? If we look at the context of our country, South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world, right? So we have a situation now where in fact the private security industry is worth 76 billion rand in our country because citizens have, lost faith in our South African police services and they've opted for private security. But private security is very is quite expensive and is a privilege to other people, right? But also in private security, a lot of private security protects assets and not the individual in itself. So if you were to have an alarm system at home, they do give you panic buttons, but they work within a specific range in your home, right? Which also speaks to the type of work that I'm trying to accomplish, is that the other issue that, yes, we do have private security, right? It takes you to an emergency contact. But what happens if your emergency contact is in Johannesburg and you're in Cape Town and you are in an emergent situation in Cape Town? Who responds in that case? And your private security company is in Johannesburg. What do you do in that case, right? So we need to find a multifaceted approach to how we improve our emergency response systems. And I do believe that it does take a public-private partnership that is going to actually indeed improve our systems. Because when we do go to police stations, they'll tell you that we don't have a vehicle ready for you. But if you go to a private security always has vehicles roaming around, right? But private security does not have the ability to arrest, but they do have the ability to detain, right? So my approach is, so why don't we have these partnerships together where the private security vehicle is there to go and assist and hold the space of the South African police services until they are able to arrive to that specific emergent situation. And those are the kind of things that we need to look at as a country, because we cannot continue, as specifically as women, we cannot continue to live in a space where we are not safe. For example, as a young professional, a young working woman, I'm sometimes in a pre-COVID world where I was expected to be at an office past 5, 6 p.m. I now have to go back to my car. Is it safe? Is the first thing that I have to ask myself, and I have to travel back home. That traveling back home again also still puts me in danger, because anything can happen to me because I'm a woman driving at night. So those are the small intricacies that we need to look at, and we need to find solutions as to how we can improve our emergency response systems.
Okay, what you're talking about is unfortunately true, but my attention was grabbed by the fact that special security services cannot arrest but can only detain. And we've also known here in South Africa, we've got what we call the South African Reserve Services Force, which means if you were a policeman or police officer, and then you are in a situation where you kind of retired, but you still feel like you can be of some service, you then sign up with the South African Reserve Service. And I think really that has been one of the key vehicles that have not been used in a way that is efficient to actually now come and combat all these, very sensitive issues that we're dealing with. Because if you then might go about and capacitate the reserve service, you then are giving a person the avenue and option to actually become a civil servant with a civic duty also, where we know that in the townships, we've got people that patrol around, especially during the times of winter because of house break-ins and stuff like that. You could have that group of people then come in and actually exercise what the SAPS cannot do, because we also saw during the looting that we are very short numbered when it comes to the SAPS as the numbers that may be. There were some instances where people who are looting were just looked at because there's not enough police people. So I think we need to workshop around how do we then come with a private public partnership, but capacitate the SARS, the South African Reserve Services or the South African Reserve Force, to actually say you can come in, wear the police hat, do what a policeman would do, of course with proper training, but also gunning down to the GBV, right? Because clearly we're having issues there, and as much as we are having issues there, clearly there's not enough that's been done. So in going forward, I know that the journey started in PE, and the fact that things are not as what they were back in the days. Really, when did it all start? How are you doing in terms of your metrics? And how would you actually like to have this become a success? What is your end result as success?
All right, are you still there? I'm not seeing your image.
Yeah, I am still here. We're just sorting out the camera, but I am still here. You can still hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's just a change of batteries, and that's that.
So your question is, what is my end goal? What do I deem as success? I want to backtrack that question a bit and say that gender-based violence is an issue that we've been living with for far too long as a country, right? South Africa, according to the World Health Organization, has the fourth highest rate for femicide, right, in the whole world. So women are the most unsafest in South Africa. So how do we begin to change that narrative, and how do we begin to create a safer space for women? And that's the point at which I operate from, right? So where I am right now is, yes, I want to improve the emergency response systems. How am I improving the emergency response systems? I am working on a panic button that requires no connectivity to your cell phone, which links to private entities who are going to respond to your particular emergency, right? And from that, that's not where it stops, because there's so much we can do with the technology. I want to create safer spaces for women. When you go to a festival, right, I want to see a stand of my brand there that allows a safe space for women. Because far too often women go to festivals, music festival, whatever festival that may be, and you find that women have been drugged, women have been, attacked, or you find have been kidnapped at these music festivals. I want to have the ability to say that, you know what, at this festival, you will know that there is a designated safe space for women who can sit or stand there and wait for the specific person that is coming to fetch them. I want a space where I, as a young professional unmarried woman, when I want to go have a jog, I shouldn't have to think about my safety. I want to plug into existing private security systems where I have the ability to have someone follow me in a private security car and allow me to jog. And I'm not thinking about safety in my space. So I want women to have the same privileges that men do, because I can tell you for free, men don't think about, okay, if I'm going to jog, safety is an issue. If I'm going to be driving to a petrol station, safety is an issue. We want to have those services where we can escort someone home and they don't have to. Safety must not be a constant factor for women, because it has been deemed to have a factor in the workspace as well, right? So we also want to partner with employers, because we understand that a stressful environment does impact the productivity of an employee. So if I'm at work at 6 or 7 p.m., what is the strategy of me going home? My productivity levels are not great if I'm constantly worrying about my safety. So the success goal for me is a world where women do not have to worry about their safety. And I hope I've answered that question quite sufficiently.
Oh, yes, you have. And it pains me to actually think that the actual cause of all this is people who are like me, people who are men, right? And it actually makes me cringe at the fact that you burn a woman, you chop up a woman, it makes me cringe, really, because now there is no differentiator really between me and the other guy, because at the end of the day, I'm still South African. And you ask yourself, but how does this even happen, right? How do you have such hatred for a woman that you actually go as far as doing those things? And it seems as if it's been year after year. I mean, I remember growing up, there was a story of a woman who was a police officer who was buried in her backyard by the then boyfriend, right? And we still hear stories that you just mentioned not so long ago about a woman being burnt. Now, it just keeps on getting worse. And of course, we've seen that there's been certain interventions like 16 days of activism against women and children abuse, but they're not really making it to the fore. Like we don't see so much success that is associated with those type of things. And with that being said, I really would like for us to actually get into that type of a conversation, because my team is telling me that we're going to be going for a break now at 3:30, a 5-minute break at 3:30. But when we come back, Abisu, I really would like to actually delve into why is it that certain systems that are in place to actually end the GBV, to actually curtail the abuse of women and also children. I'd like to actually get into that, to say, how is it not being sufficient? Where's the lack? Do we need extra this? Do we need extra that? So just for you to have a thought, so that when we come back, we can actually, unpack what your thoughts are around that, in terms of us not being really proactive, us not really being, in a sense, in a level where we need to be in terms of fighting gender-based violence, ending abuse, and all of that. Is that okay?
We will definitely take it from there when we return from the ad break.
Thank you very much for your understanding. And
What
thank you also
time
for
must we
listening.
be back?
We're coming back at 3:35.
3:35.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no worries.
solutions to help their business grow.
We came here to hack and so the hackers can hack no more.
When we come back, can you please end straight at 4? So,
Abiso, are you there? Abiso? I think she should be connecting with us very soon. Like we said, we are at the Startup Business Festival and we are at the closing week and literally looking into other elements with regards to entrepreneurship, other elements with regards to the whole society in where we stand today, how we move forward as a people, right? And today we have Kabiso Shamiso, who is giving us really good nuggets about her innovations around the gender-based violence situation that we're currently facing in the country, and also us being rated very, very high by the United Nations as number 4, I presume, if I'm not mistaken, for the femicide. I mean, it's bad. You know, when you see the news, it's really bad. So we're really talking about how do you then go about and actually come up with solutions with very sensitive and stressful situations that our women go through. You know, and I mean, it's with these type of engagements that we then can shed light where people are not privy to have an understanding of. This is those platforms that we really need to invest in so that the bigger they get, the more voices will be heard on such platforms. And of course, with the numbers being there, we then can, of course, find a way forward or have a breakthrough in terms of what solutions can be implemented. So I hope our guest speaker will be joining us very soon so that we can actually take off from where we left off. And really, we left off from her actually having a question to say, why is it that it's so difficult for certain implementations that have been put into place to be successful in the curtailing of gender-based violence, in the curtailing of abuse of women and children. And of course, we are soon going to be entering into the 16 days of activism against women and children abuse. And in some instances, we see that it actually increases, and which is a reason to ask yourself to say, but why? You know, I mean, we also saw with the situation of Oscar Pistorius, you know, such situations kind of keep to be escalating, you know, and it's very brutal at most. It's inhumane, if I may. So, to say the least, actually. So we're waiting for her to come back and join us. And I hope she understood when we said 1535. And I hope she didn't think it's 1635. So I think my technical team will be in contact with Ms. Kaliso to find out if whether is she on, because we are currently waiting for her to come back. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I've been here actually for quite some time.
I see maybe you're muted and you didn't have your camera on.
I could actually hear everything that you were saying, but it says I was backstage, so it's probably a technical glitch or anything.
Oh, sorry about that. So,
No worries.
since you heard everything that I said, would you please?
So I want to talk to you about how do we even start combating gender-based violence. So this is a very difficult question, in the sense that it's multifaceted. There's no one-way approach in solving gender-based violence, but I can tell you for a fact that everything begins with a thought, right? So when you talk about gender-based violence, it starts from systemic issues, and those systemic issues have to deal with toxic masculinity, right? So when I say everything begins with a thought, right? What is a man's perception of a woman? And that's where everything begins. So if a man believes, or rather perceives, a woman must bow down to them, a woman must follow a man's instructions, right? That thought in itself is problematic, right? And thoughts will then manifest into words, and words manifest into actions. So if you don't fix the thoughts, the words won't be fixed. And if we don't fix the words will turn into actions. Hence why it is important when we speak about rape culture, what are we doing to stop the manifestation of rape culture? As a man in your friendship circle, when someone makes a rape joke, what are you saying about it? Are you laughing along? Or are you actually calling out your friend and saying, hey, that is inappropriate? It is the perpetuation of rape culture. Because it is exactly what the state of our country right now is, just years and years of manifestation of thoughts which have become words, which ultimately become actions. And that's where we start. We need to start in combating gender-based violence. It is the conversations that we have in our circles. Uncomfortable conversations need to be had, where we cannot expect women to bow down to men. We cannot expect women to obey everything men say. And it also goes back to how a man perceives themselves, right? Because we do find cases where I'm speaking now about domestic violence within a relationship, right? In fact, statistics show that 40% of women in heterosexual relationships are being abused by their partners, right? So that means the abuse in a relationship also is a question that we need to speak about. Does a man feel secure in that relationship just by being himself? How does he feel when a woman makes more money than him, right? And those are the type of conversations, because that's how a man perceives themselves. And thoughts become words, and words, you find men saying things like, you wouldn't have what you have if it weren't for me. We have those issues where men with a lot of money see women as just a commodity, right? So thoughts become words, and words become actions. And I think it's a multifaceted problem that we have. And I think it begins within the manifestation of the thoughts. So we need, as men, you need to have those conversations, to have those difficult, uncomfortable conversations, to understand where actually the problem lies within yourselves.
Yeah, no, that's true. I agree with you 100%. Because, if you want to have a situation where you approach a woman, right? And actually, before we go there, I think I'd like to touch on to something that happened not so long ago, where a man who is more like a father figure to me had lost his wife for over 40 years, right? And I asked him rather to say, how did you last that long? And he told me something that was very profound. It was like, Tibos, it is about the thought that you had when you first approached her. What did you think? How did you feel? If you can keep that anew within yourself, you'll never lose the love of that woman, and you'll always have the respect for that woman, because you're staying true to who you are and true to who you were when you first saw her, right? So in moving forward, you then have this mentality of the new age to say, I can't have a woman cheat on me. But then this is also a universal thing to say, if I can't have you, nobody can. And I think that is where most people, or rather actually all the people who have that type of mentality, those type of thoughts, that you treat a woman like a possession. I think more than anything, it starts right there. Because at the end of it all, she's still a human being just as much as you are yourself. So I think it's very deep, because you have to now deal with the rehabilitation of man, right? Because psychology says that hurt people hurt people. So I think that, in a sense, also with the overbearing consequence of apartheid, having to come out of apartheid, you are disenfranchised, you don't have your cars, you don't have your land, and all of a sudden, you are now in this open global space, right? And you are lost as a man. I think more than anything, there's this lost man mentality that's happening around, where now instead of actually going about and actually, treating women as they are supposed to be treated, like we were mentioning not so long ago with Mr. Arnold Subanda, who was a previous showcase guest, that we must see ourselves first as kings, so that we must teach our women to be queens, right? And it also says in our African adage that if you teach a woman, you teach a nation. If you build a woman, you build a nation. So I think us actually not focusing on our woman and focusing on ourselves is where we lose it. But then where would we start to actually change the mentality of man? Where would we start to actually have role models to those young guys who are growing up in households where the mother is being abused?
I think, again, I want to touch back on language. Language is also an important, a communicator, right? I want to touch on what you just said about kings. Men need to see themselves as kings for our queens. You see, I have a problem with that possession of our, right? Men and women exist on themselves, on their own entity, right? And we don't belong to men. So that's the first. It's just language. The language that we use is very important. And as men, we also need to be aware of the languages that we use. And I'm talking about gender-based violence is not really just only in intimate spaces, or rather just in domestic relationships. We have women who are being abused by fathers, their brothers, people in their workspaces. So again, abuse is multifold. We have people, I as a woman in the space, in the entrepreneurial space, touching on an issue where I sat in a meeting with venture capitalists, and they felt it appropriate to make a comment on my boobs, right? So we live in a constant state of having to be aware of these things. And touching on you speaking of the legacy of apartheid and the land issue, right? It's very true that South Africans live in a constant state of trauma of our legacies, trauma of things that happened to us, right? But we need to begin the process of healing those traumas, right? We need to begin the process of admitting to those traumas and healing them. And I think a lot of touching back to men, I'm not saying we, but men have a tendency to not speak about their traumas, and these traumas manifest, right? So I really do think that it is time for men to perhaps sit at a table and, you know, just discuss the issues that befall them, and discuss what it is that they are suffering from, right? Because we need to do away, and I did say again, language is important. We need to do away. I know there's a native saying in my language is that indoda ayikali. We need to do away with such phrases, because it's not serving us well. It's not serving us as people. And as people, we need to move forward, and we need to address this issue of abuse in our country, because we as women, we cannot take it in. We simply cannot live in a state like this anymore, right? I think I'm going a bit overboard. I'm going on a different tangent, but really the point that I just want to drive is that we need to be careful with our thoughts. We need to be careful. We need to be careful with our thoughts, and we need to be careful with our words, because again, those things manifest into greater things, and men need to hold each other accountable. Rape jokes cannot fly. Inappropriate jokes cannot fly, even in the workspace, right? What you might deem as a joke or just anything, you commenting on a woman's body is not your place, right? So those are also the other issues that we need to unpack those as well. But for today, the issue is gender-based violence, and how do we as a country try and begin to solve them. And I go back to what I cannot reiterate enough. Thoughts become words, and words become actions. So we need to start with our thoughts.
So I like what you said, you know, and also if you wanted to go for as long as you want to, please do. You know, I mean, we don't want to box you up here. I do know that we've got a limited time, but of course we can have a follow-up interview if time permits. But mine is to really get into any other ideas that you are having with regards to the app that you are developing, your team, and do we have a stakeholder engagement with other males, right? Because to catch a criminal, you have to think like a criminal. So I think if we had an element, no, I'm serious. I think if you had an element of a male, you might actually have an understanding of how to actually combat that. And if I want to be involved, where do I go?
So right now, I was privileged enough to be shortlisted for the City of Johannesburg Smart Cities competition where I was engaging with the city of Johannesburg into how we can implement these solutions in our in our communities. So I was in conversation with Department of Social Development, to see how we can implement, or rather provide this for as many citizens as possible, right? So that's something that I'm actually quite keen on engaging on. So this is the panic button. I have it here in my hand.
Can we repeat one more time, please?
No, this is it over here.
All right, fantastic.
And talking about how, so we're looking at plugging into already existing platforms, and that would be community policing forums. So community policing forums are already people on the ground who are first responders. So how can we improve their responses in terms of they're there in the community? So we also have those sort of stakeholders involved. I'm talking about a team. I did have a team 2 years ago. We were a team of 4. And everyone graduated from university and they decided, you know what, they want to go work, and that's fine, it's valid. So I continued with the startup alone. So I currently don't have a team, it's just me soldiering on. But I do have quite a lot of industry mentors who are assisting me to forge forward. I'm going to be honest with you. One might think I have money. I have absolutely no money. And that's a conversation that I don't think happens enough in entrepreneurial spaces. We see people and the types of achievements that they've achieved, and we immediately assume that they have money. I do not have money. I want to categorically state that I don't have money. And I mean, it's just trying to build something that is going to impact a lot of lives, which goes as to why I have a day job, because the startup does not pay me as of yet, but I was privileged enough to receive funding, and that funding goes straight into technical development. It does not pay me. So I do some consulting work on the side. I do pitch training. I do entrepreneurial development, things that pay the bills. So to directly answer your question, so I'm a single founder, single team. I am looking for a co-founder who is technically orientated. If anyone here is technically orientated, a developer preferably, I am looking for that right now. And I do.
How do we get involved?
Sorry, please say that again.
How do we get involved?
How do you get involved? My email address is info@xabisolombo.co.za. If you would like to get involved, please do drop me an email.
And that's Xabisolombo, one word.
Yes. Info@xabisolombo, XABISOLOM for mother, BO.co.za. You can drop me an email, or you can find me on all social media platforms besides Twitter. I am Xabisolombo. If you want to speak to me, let's engage. I'm very keen. And yes, I'm very excited. I'm hopeful for the engagement that I've had with the city of Johannesburg. And yes, I hope I've answered your question.
We have thoroughly so, ma'am. So now, for somebody out there who might be thinking, actually, you taking care of problems that are bigger than yourselves. I mean, it's ministers and deputy presidents who should be actually having their heads wrapped up around this. What would you say to them?
That's an interesting question. I would say they should open up themselves to receiving ideas from young people.
Oh, that's that.
Yeah, that's that. Because
Okay.
I believe that those who will be alive in the future are the ones that I think have a better understanding of their future. And the young people of our country are very concerned about what the future looks like for them, and they're actively trying to shape it into something that they want to see. So their ministers should be receptive to ideas from young people, and there shouldn't be so much red tape when it comes to innovation.
Okay, for innovation for a purpose, what would you say to those who are actually watching? To say doing something for impacting lives. What would you say when it comes to that? Because I mean, you had a team. They left. They went to go and work. You also got a day job. I mean, for some people, they might be like, "Whoa, dude, with so much groove happening, why would I want to?" What are your remarks on that before we close?
As you ask very interesting questions. I'm not the one to go with the wind. If a thought has been bestowed upon you and it stays within you for long enough that it requires you to do something, perhaps look at doing something about it, right? It will be difficult. Times will be hard. It'll take you twice as long as you think it'll take you. Don't quit your job unless your startup is paying you. But if you want to innovate, if you want to drive impact, they say you are the average of the 5 closest people to you. So place yourself in spaces that will inspire you, and place yourself in spaces that will drive you to become the change that you want to see.
Wow, beautiful. Ma'am, unfortunately, there we only have to close because it's now 4 o'clock. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough for your time, your words, and actually just availing yourself for us to actually engage. You're doing quite phenomenal work. I think this is you really answering to your purpose, really. And I'm definitely on board. You might hear calls from me, and definitely roll up with my team or something, because clearly something has to be done. And these are the baby steps, and clearly we'll grow from here. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. Thank you for spending some time with us here at the Startup Business Festival. Hope you will have yourself a fantastic, festive season. And yes, from us here at Newtown, thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Cheers to you. There you've heard it from Miss Abiso Lombana, coming to you at the Startup Business Festival. Wow. You can talk.
Hello, Mr. Tandukolo. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. And how are you this afternoon, my sir?
I'm very well. I'm very well. It's raining, but I'm loving the weather.
Oh, finally, I can see you. I was a bit worried there. That, hey, myself. How are you doing, my
I'm
friend?
here. I'm well, I'm
Awesome.
well, I'm well. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Awesome to have you here on the Startup Business Festival. It's because of the rain, but I'm glad that you can hear me. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. Am I?
Okay, yes, you are. Um, I have your bio here. Wow! It's a beautiful bio about you. You've been through a lot.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have. Yes, I
You have
have.
many. Wow! I wish to be like you when I grow up.
Same here. I wish to be like you when I grow up.
Okay, my sir. Today it's just a bit about your entrepreneurial journey as to
Yeah.
who is Mr. Thanduxolo Sithole.
Yes. Thanduxolo Sithole, well, commonly known as Thando Sithole, is a social entrepreneur. Was born and raised in the northern parts of KZN, that is Zululand, in a small town called Ulundi, in a village called Endinde. So, and yes, I do represent. Educationally, I'm a lifetime student. So I've been a student for years now. So first time I was a student at UP, University of Pretoria. And then I decided to join University of Johannesburg. I'm trained in the field of commerce, economics, econometrics to be exact.
Sure.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a salesman. I'm an artist as well.
Wow. That's quite a mouthful. And since you mentioned being an entrepreneur, you know, the funny story about commerce is that even if you try to run away from it, it will still find you. Immediately when you're using a public transport, you will sit in front in the taxi and then be able, and then you have the opportunity to count finance, to count 4, 3, and then you have to do with fingers.
And calculators, if you do have one.
You know, even go as far as taking your shoes off and putting, counting with your feet. So, Mr. Thanduxolo say, I see that you are an entrepreneur. Can you take us through the journey, your journey as an entrepreneur? How is it like? Is it an easy road, or is it a smooth road, or is it a road that has hiccups? You know, to somebody who doesn't know anything about being an entrepreneur and who's very much interested in becoming an entrepreneur. So, what would be your keynote or nuggets as to advise the people that these are the red flags as to expect being an entrepreneur?
Okay, first things first, be ready because it's bumpy. It's quite a rough road, so be ready. But before I share any of my thoughts on entrepreneurship, I'd like to share first on how did I become to be an entrepreneur. How did
Please,
it
my
happen?
friend.
So, like most of us who are entrepreneurs, I first encountered entrepreneurship at home. So
Yes.
mom and dad, they were entrepreneurs. Even though growing up, I didn't spend much time with my parents. So I'll be living in KZN and they'll be staying in Gauteng. So during school holidays, that's the only time I could see what did they do for a living. And both of them were salesperson. Both of them did not have formal jobs. So that is when I first encountered some sort of entrepreneurship. So my father will sell a lot of things, mostly alcohol, and my mother as well will sell a lot of things, but mostly clothing. She was a swag woman. And then, so that is how I was introduced into this thing of entrepreneurship. And why did it land well with me? I have a couple of reasons. So we know that some people are pushed towards entrepreneurship, and then some people are pulled towards entrepreneurship, and those who are pushed are usually driven by necessities, and those who are pulling entrepreneurship towards themselves are usually driven by certain desires. So as entrepreneurs, we usually fall in one of those categories. I fall in both because because I actually pulled entrepreneurship towards me because I've always had a desire to be significant and change people's lives for the better and make a lot of money. At the same time, that need of making a lot of money is actually coming from a push perspective because it is driven by the scarcity that I always seen growing up around me, that I still always see even now. So that is why I am saying I was both pushed and I also pulled entrepreneurship towards myself. So if you are going to be choosing the route of entrepreneurship, you must be persistent. You must be a lot of things because I must be able to sell as a startup. You know, you are always the only guy. You must do the marketing, the finance, you must do the transaction and the admin and all of that. So just be ready. That's all I can say. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, just be ready.
Okay, Marcel. Wow, that's a good advice for people who wants to be, or people or pioneers that are aspiring to be entrepreneurs, because of we get entangled by these words. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a social entrepreneur. You know, these big words, but we can't define them like you are defining it and breaking it down as to these are the nuggets that build up or that conjure into being an entrepreneur. And some people would find that they have the skills of being an entrepreneur, but their business, it's not, let's say maybe for somebody who does a startup or somebody who has a business, they are not, they can't access funds or grants or maybe they don't have the passion. Some people are in entrepreneur for the wrong reasons. So like you're saying, there'll be speed humps of meeting, knocking on doors, and some doors will be closed. So what for you, what was the drive that even when you knock on doors, because I know it's not easy being an entrepreneur, what was the drive behind you pushing and say, you know what, as far as I come from KZN, I'm gonna push.
So maybe it's maybe it's the lack of choices, I can say, because selling is all I know. So I had to find something that is close to selling that will get me to where I want to be, that will get me to have a huge social impact that I want to have. So doing that, I had to, let's say, being a salesman couldn't be enough. So selling different things at different point in time couldn't be enough. So what kept me pushing is that I need some formality, I need some sustainability, I need to leave some sort of a legacy So if I'm just going to be a salesperson who is just concerned about transactions, transactional relationships, then I'll only go so far. So I told myself that even though the doors will keep on closing, I'll kick some down and then I'll open some new doors. I will use a window. I will use a roof, but at the end of the day, I'll be parked inside. So I guess it comes with a lack of choice and just the personal drive that maybe a person gets while going through the processes of growing into entrepreneurship, because for me it is all stages, from a salesperson to an entrepreneur to a businessman to an investor or something like that. So for me it is all a process of endurance, learning, and persistence. So I would say I've been driven by hunger, lack of choices, and the desire to be significant in the world of entrepreneurship.
Mr. Tando, I think we are experiencing some difficulties. Can you, while the guys are busy fixing some of the things, can you give us like a minute or two as to fix ourselves?
No problem.
Thank you, my sir.
Thank you. I'll hear from you.
Welcome. Okay. Mr. Tandose, how are you? I'm back, sir.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Yeah,
here.
thank you. Thank you. Apologies for technical glitches. These things do happen.
Yes,
It's like driving a manual car, and then now you have to shift to an automatic car, so you have to adjust.
Oh,
Yes, my sir. You were explaining as to how the entrepreneurial, what's the drive? What drives you? What makes you not to give up? Because of most of the entrepreneurs would find that is it the lack of support or is it lack of funds? There will always be something that will make them be to give up or to be tired or things like that. But with you, what was that? For instance, if you leave home, let's say maybe you leave home to a certain country, there are those words that you would take with you to a foreign country or to a different region. For instance, maybe the elders would say to me, "Man up." So every time when you're done, when you're thinking of those words, "man up," then you come back and say, "Let me do this." So, for on your side or in your case, what are those words, or is it something? Please explain it to us, myself.
okay. So for what prepared me not to give up was the concept and the mere experience of selling, because when you are selling, you will know that you get, for you to get 10 sales, you probably have to speak to 1,000 people. So you'll have about
Yes.
900 no's before you get those yes. So go through that process week in, week out. You are now getting used to no more than you are used to yes. And no is part of your life. So when you transition from an informal salesperson or a person who is usually doing direct selling, personal selling, into the broader world of entrepreneurship, you already used to the concept of no when you speak to people. So, and another thing that gives me drive is that when I was growing up, my parents were both entrepreneurs, and
Yes.
then one of them passed away, which was the father, and then the mother stopped the entrepreneurship, went to get a job,
Hmm.
and then the finances were limited after the mother got a job. So
Sure.
me growing up, a job was never really a desired thing. So the thing I was saying earlier, the lack of choices, to say I didn't really see the job as a choice, but I needed to get myself into places of entrepreneurship, because from my experience, that is not what I desire. So the lack of choice is knowing very well that I wouldn't do very good in an employment setting. It is very difficult to quit knowing that you don't have anywhere else to go.
Hmm.
And to go back to my earlier point, the training you get from selling is the fact that you get more no's than yes. So when you get to entrepreneurship and when you get to some opportunities where you can get to sell to businesses or bigger crowds, when you get a no, you are already used to it.
Hmm.
So in my opinion, it is important to start by being a salesperson so that you can build that thick skin and then maneuver or pivot into the broader entrepreneurship area, because of that persistence you'll get from doing door-to-door sales, for example. Because of that persistence you'll get from hearing no to all your pitches, for example. So I think that is what I can say to that.
Okay. Oh, condolences to the passing of condolences to the passing of the mother, to the family also. So, in this journey, how were you emotionally in terms of now that there's a person who has passed on, and then now you have to man up or stand up also in order to balance? Because of, I believe the life of an entrepreneur or the life of business, it needs balance, meaning you have to balance work and also balance home lifestyle. As to, if the two are not in balance, then one will decline and then one has to submit to the other one. So in your case, how did you find balance?
So quite honestly, I didn't. So what had happened is that my father passing away happened before I got into entrepreneurship. I was a little bit young, so I didn't have to balance both. So I had just to deal with the family losing a father, and that was all. So I didn't. Fortunately, I haven't had to balance life in a situation that is that extreme, and my entrepreneurship journey. Obviously, I've had to balance my life and my business life, of
Okay.
which can be very extremely difficult at times. But in all honesty, I haven't faced an extreme situation where I have to struggle with balancing the both lives, fortunately.
Wow, that's awesome. And so I believe in a broader scheme of things, as an entrepreneur, you need to be prepared mentally, physically, and emotionally. Because of like in your case, you were saying there were things happening because of, most people think this route of being an entrepreneur, you wake up one day and then the next day you are an entrepreneur. But for you to face clients and receiving that no's more than yes, and turning it into a yes, it's, you have to have a thick skin. You have to have a thick skin as to turn the no's into yes, and be able not to dwell on the no's, because most of the entrepreneurs, they would hit a rock bottom, and then from there they would camp in there. Like for instance, now it's raining outside. Maybe somebody would say, no, I cannot go and do business, or our business is closed. It's closed because of it's raining. But an entrepreneur who's eager to to achieve one or two objectives per day, they would still go, whether it's raining, whether it's not raining. So I would like to ask you I don't know whether I should say a personal question or a, a social question. So in the entrepreneur world, how many years have you been in business? Because I see that you have your own brand, which is I'm still struggling and I'm still learning Zulu, so pardon me with my pronunciation. Is it Inmunga or Inmunga?
Inyugu.
Oh, Inyugu. Okay. So so actually, what does it what's the meaning behind the brand, that Inyugu?
So I'm glad that you asked. So Inyugu is a slang for money.
Okay.
So it is what in townships, especially Zulu or Nguni townships, you will find people referring to money, imali, as inyugu.
Oh, Machankura.
Exactly. Zaga.
Zaga. Pagumoya.
So it came as a concept from an initiative that I am running in my township, in Soweto, where we have partnered with my good friend Utami Mazibugo from Soweto Book Cafe. So what we are doing there, we are teaching the youth the concepts of money. It is just basically a school of money where we are encouraging Black economic participation in the township. So yeah, it came from there to encourage people to engage in monetary conversations, even in family settings. So since it is a community initiative, we do not really charge people for classes and all of that, and uh, the the brand came as a concept to supplement the services that we are doing, so that we can pay people who are holding classes, master classes like this. So in the community where I'm from, they just buy it for that reason, because they know where the money is going to. But we pride ourselves as well for with the quality of our clothing, because we identify as not a township brand, but a clothing label that is supporting Inyugu Academy. Actually, we are having a learning workshop that is free to attend this coming 2 weeks on the Sunday, the 12th of December. Yes.
Okay. Is
So
there
that
a
is where the brand. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, you were saying?
So that
No.
is where the brand name comes from, Inyugu, the concept of money and the school of money.
Okay. So, I was asking that, is there a platform where people can access the Inyugu Academy or the master
Yes.
class?
Yes. People can just go to inyuguacademy.co.za to find more information, or
Okay.
they can email us on info@inyuguacademy.co.za.
Okay.
But
Wow, that's
more information regarding the coming event is coming on our social media platforms. Just
okay.
Inyugu clothing, Inyugu premium clothing, anything that says Inyugu there is Inyugu online. So, but all of these will be available from midnight today on all our social media platforms. And this initiative is partly powered by Ubuntu Invest.
Okay. Wow, that's, you guys are doing great stuff, and keep up the good work. And so now I see I have 172 billion questions to ask for somebody who's not an entrepreneur, and also somebody who is an entrepreneur, or because of other people, because of in my situation or in my vocabulary, I would say there are different levels of entrepreneur. There are people with ideas, still entrepreneurs, and then there are people who are within the space of being an entrepreneur, and then there are people like yourself who are doing who have tangible results of the journey of being an entrepreneur, where you build your brand, you've partnered with people, and you are doing great stuff. You're doing good, you're doing awesome, and also giving back to the community, because of most people define success as, I want to get to this objective and then I have arrived. And then what about the people that you left behind, or your hometown, or different categories of where we come from? Because of, you'd find that, let's say for instance, I am from Northwest, and then when I come to Joburg, I forget about the hometown, because there are people who've never accessed internet. I mean, now we're moving into the fourth industrial revolution. Some people have never seen or have never associated themselves with Wi-Fi, how to connect, what are those things like that. So, how are you fusing technology and the brand of Inyugu?
So actually, there's a lot of also. I'm smiling because I really did not plan to speak about Enyugu today.
Yes.
I had planned to speak about another initiative of ours that is
Okay.
going on, but yeah, technology. We are fusing technology into our learning in this way. So, for example, Enyugu Academy is divided into 3 categories.
Okay.
So it's either we will teach you fundamentals of just building a commercial enterprise, which is just entrepreneurship,
Okay.
or we will teach you about what we call the new age labor market. So the concept that people like you and me are right now working. So to teach people on how to get some freelance teaching jobs online.
True.
So those type of things. And then lastly, we also provide knowledge on some financial markets. So there we are looking at knowledge in cryptocurrencies, which is very technological, and the entire blockchain environment. So I see now we've delved deeper into Enyugu Academy.
Okay. Can I
So
do?
okay.
Okay. I was saying, can I do something quick? And you know what I'm thinking? Since we've dived in deeper, so I was thinking, let's have a quick 5-minute break, and then you get some water or coffee. But I see it's cold, so you might be able to get some coffee, and then we'll resume after 5 minutes. How's
Yes,
that?
my sir.
Thank you,
Very
my
good.
sir.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tebogo Chaka, and I am one of the co-founders of EcoBab. Last year, July, we did research in 3 local clinics in Soshanguve with healthcare workers. We discovered that healthcare workers who were working in temporary structures like your gazebos and containers didn't have access to hand washing facilities. Upon further research, we discovered that 3 billion people in the world don't have access to hand washing facilities, amounting to 40% of the world's population. We decided to come up with a solution, which is called EcoBar. EcoBar is a portable and self-assemble wash basin that provides access to hand washing facilities to healthcare workers who work in temporary structures and remote areas. What we have done so far is that we have prototyped and tested with 10 healthcare workers in 3 clinics in Soshanguve. 3 to 6 containers or temporary structures all don't have access to hand washing facilities. This is EcoBar. How it works is you pump water from the bottom, which will be dispensed into the sink. The used water from the sink will now be dispensed into the purification system, where the water will be cleaned and stored in the container for it to be reused again. Why EcoBar is so unique is that it eliminates the need for costly pipe water networks and pumping. It's easy to assemble, it's eco-friendly, we get to save water using the purification system, and it's portable. How we are going to make money is that it's going to cost us around 500 rands to produce 1 EcoBar, and the selling price for 1 EcoBar is around 900 rands. And the market that we are targeting is EcoBar, it's business to business. What we are currently looking for as EcoBar is access to market. Thank you.
We are back. I think we are back, Mr. Gift. No, we are on now. I don't know. Welcome back, my sir. Um, I did have, I drank warm water because since it's cold, so I'm scared to drink coffee because I have to go to the loo and do that entrepreneurial exercise more often. So, so water would be good for me. Okay, Marcel, you were about to explain or dive deeper into the the entities that, or the things that you guys do. The fund you mentioned 4 or 3 fundamentals that you guys do: the fundamental, commercial, the new labor market, the freelancer teachers, and the financial market and the cryptocurrency. Can you briefly take us through it, Marcel?
So, so it's 3 categories, right? It is
Yes,
entrepreneurship.
yes.
It is entrepreneurship, new age labor market, and the financial market.
True.
So with the entrepreneurship is when we will first teach you the basics in selling, and then fundamentals of creating a commercial enterprise, that is entrepreneurship. And then when it comes to the new age labor market, it's when we look where we look at people who are not necessarily looking towards being entrepreneurs themselves, or looking for jobs. So that is when we introduce them into things like teaching English to foreigners online, things like freelance jobs, providing your skills into some online platform, uh, uh, things like working internet-based jobs. Like I made an example last time that me and you are working right now, so that we let the youth in the townships understand that it is not the day where you still print out your CV and go drop it somewhere.
True.
So we have found that in most cases, it's not that people are not skilled enough to find relevant jobs. It's just that people do not know how to look for those jobs. People do not know how to sell themselves. People do not know where to find those jobs. So
Okay.
we try and identify what type of a job are you looking for. Can we do this remotely? What are the
Okay.
alternatives? So, and then when it comes to what we call Inyugu markets, that is financial market.
Yes.
That is when we introduce you into basics of trading forex, buying and selling shares. We introduce you into platforms like Easy Equities. So this
Oh,
is the
yes.
part. This is the part where we also introduce you into cryptocurrency concepts, Bitcoin, blockchain, Ethereum, and all those things. So this part is the part that is closely connected with Ubuntu Invest, our affiliate partner, and the entrepreneurship part is closely the entrepreneurship part and the new age labor market part is closely related to a Soweto Book Cafe. So
Wow.
as in Academy, we facilitate these conversations and then try to be a catalyst for Black economic participation in the township.
Wow, this you guys are loaded. I think I'm gonna join Inyugu Academy.
I wish. I wish.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I'm in a lecture room and I'm being introduced to a master class or a psychological aspect of business on on another level.
Leadership Day is more. You can come to the learning workshop on the 12th of next month. There is more. I have wonderful ladies there who will speak better than me.
True. That. So in the another question, I apologize to pump you with so many questions because of I feel
No
like I'm
problem.
I'm standing
I'm
in between.
enjoying this.
Okay, no, that's awesome. There are people who are scared, or is it anxiety? Because of we have to understand that not everybody can sell and not everybody can market, but you'd find that they've got good presence in terms of um, presenting the company or being the face of the company. So, if somebody like me who has a certain knowledge of, okay, this is how the market is, and then like somebody who has a clue, yes, that's the right word, somebody who has a clue of how things are, and then when I come to the institute, I find that what I thought I know, I don't know. So how do you help me to unlearn some of the things that I need to learn? Meaning how to unlearn some of the habits of, if maybe my habit was to knock on one door and say, "Oh, I'm selling this product. Would you buy this pen?" Da 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 da. And then if they say no, I turn back and say, "I know this thing is not for me. It's not working." But you can see there's potential in this person. So how do you take me through baby steps?
So I like the first word you used there. You said, "What if you are scared?"
Mhm.
One thing for sure, we are all scared. All of
Okay.
us. Yes. So I don't care how many times we have sold. I don't care how many times you've spoken in public. We are all scared.
Mm.
I can assure you right now, AKA Get Some Nerves On is about to get on stage. We are all
True
scared.
that.
It's just that you can learn to have courage that is more than your fear. By reputation, selling more and more and more. Because not that you will not get scared anymore, but you will get used to that fear. It will be home. So, and I just want to stress that we are all scared. So even now, when I have to stand up and pitch in front of people I know, there are
Yes.
still those nerves. But you just have to have courage that is
Courage.
above your fear levels. And then, if you do have a clue on how this business thing works, and you just wanna, you are scared of trying it out.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
for me, is that what I would say is that there is no better teacher other than experience. So in economics, that is what we call learning by doing.
True
So
that.
if you're going to try it out, you'll obviously fail most chances, but next time you'll fail better. What they usually call failing forward. So next time you'll
Oh,
fail better until
mm.
you get a hang of things. And anyway, we can read the entire book about or a syllabus about swimming, but then if I throw you in a swimming pool, because just because you read a book, you will not be able to swim. So you'll have to learn that swimming skill by doing actually swimming. So to fantasize about entrepreneurship ideas that you like to do, it's a really nice. It's a really nice, but it has no impact in the real world. So for you to think it, it's not enough. You better go out there and
In the
do it.
field and test. I'm liking this conversation. I love what you mentioned because I was about to ask you a certain question in terms of as to what books did you read as an entrepreneur? Did you read books? Did you watch videos? Or okay, in your case, I understand that the entrepreneurial ethnic, it came from home. It's from home. So other people who can't access the internet, who can't access libraries. So how do we bridge the gap of introducing them to some people? They don't they are not even familiar to what we're doing now, which is virtual talking. They think for you to sell, you have to meet person face to face. But now with the pandemic that has hit our country, we find that we have to do things, most of the things online, virtually, emails, all of those things. So I wanted to ask you that were there books that you would recommend or that you've read in the past and even now, because of, I believe, as an entrepreneur you learn every day. What you thought was working yesterday, today is not working. Something has changed. A new developed has emerged. A new business has emerged that you have to partner with it.
So I'm glad you asked that question. I was just thinking back of the exact titles and
books.
authors of the books,
Yes.
because when I first got interested in the entrepreneurship journey, we are not really that exposed to the internet and video platforms like YouTube and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So we had to actually have the hard copies of the actual books. So
True.
just to mention a few,
Mhm.
I read The Greatest Salesman The Greatest Salesman in the World.
Wow.
I don't remember the author, but it is the greatest salesman in the world. It shaped my thinking in selling. I also remember reading The Richest Man in Babylon. Those are
Wow.
classics.
Yeah.
Here in Africa, I read The Capitalist Nigger by Chika Onyene.
Yes, the black one.
Yes, the black one. Yes.
Yeah,
And,
I've read it
and
also.
yeah, it's very provocative, that one.
True, it's very.
Yeah.
If you don't have a thick skin to
Yeah, you
stomach
won't
whatever
finish
that
it.
he's saying, you will have a twisted mind and say, this man is trying to confuse himself, but at the same time, what he's saying is so relevant. What he's saying is so relevant. So you have to read it with an open mind, be a blank page or be a blank chapter to read that book. I see the
Then,
time now. It's not
our side.
on our side. Yes, but you were saying the last book would be.
The most recent ones will be The
Yes.
Magna Carta by Uvusiti Mbuvayo, will
Okay.
be
Oh.
Leadership 2020 by Osbuda.
Nah, awesome. Local. Now we ventured
Yeah.
from international to local. So now you are balancing the the international market and the local market, which is your Buddha, your Vositembekwayo. Oh, that's awesome.
Yes,
So
yes,
myself,
that is because it will be difficult for Elon Musk to be relevant to my situations, but it's more likely for Uvusiti to be relevant.
true, because he's far. So with
Yeah.
these guys, you can relate. So I have this question that I usually ask my patrons, like you say. How would you like to be remembered? I know that's a scary question.
I would like to be remembered as a fearless entrepreneur, really a socialist entrepreneur, a person who was concerned about the well-being of the community, mostly my community, the Black community.
Mm.
So I want to be remembered as a person who revolutionized the entire student property market, of which we didn't get to speak about today.
That's true. That's true because of you'd find that our 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 country or our pioneers, I would call them, they have these great innovative idea that could change the world, that could change the society, that could change how we do things. But because of they are not exposed and they don't have role models like you and me as to people to look up to, that I want to be like Mr. Tandukolo Stoller one day. Because of as an entrepreneur, when you building a concept or when you're reading books, they're like, people think there is something wrong with you. I don't know. With this few minutes, are there any questions to the people who are watching us live? Let me just find out from the technical team. Technical team, do we have any questions for Mr. Tandukolo? I don't see any questions. Let me ask once again, guys. Do we have any questions for Mr. Tandukolo? If there are no questions, then we are continuing with this topic of my entrepreneurial journey, and I'm having this privilege of interviewing this gentleman who hails all the way from KZN. Wow! I remember when I visited KZN, I visited Escort in Chase.
Oh, it's quite.
Yeah, it's a
MG.
beautiful, it's a beautiful community there, and
Mm.
I had to adjust because I'm a Joburg person. I had to adjust to isiZulu and but Hambo Tattoo Jack. I'm like, what's that? So, and then I was sent to the kitchen. Wasn't a tongue. I'm like, what tongue? How can I? So it
Yeah.
was more of I had to unlearn some of my Joburg habits to the rural habit, and then at least I learned something there, and it's like I was in touch with nature because of it's beautiful out there. It's beautiful,
Yeah.
and so with oh, you said you want to be remembered as a fearless entrepreneur and a social entrepreneur who changes. I see that you were in the arts, and
Yeah.
when you talked about the nerves, I was like, wow. You know, when you that stage fright, we call it stage fright in the art field.
Stage fright.
It
Yeah.
comes whether you're a professional or non-professional. As long as there are people in front of you, you become scared. So,
Yes.
in your case, how did you overcome that?
For me, I rely on my preparedness. So as
Okay.
long as I'm prepared, I can be confident on my preparation, on what I'm going to say. I know that once I open my mouth, the words will flow, even though I'll be doing it scared, but I will still do it. Yeah, so
True,
as
true.
long as I'm
Yeah.
prepared, and then that builds confidence as a defense against that level of fear that arises.
Hmm. I've learned a lot. I've learned to be fearless. That's number one. Number two, to be prepared. Number three, to be a social entrepreneur. And I mean, build confidence. Practice, 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 practice until you practice. I'm reminded of a quote of I forgot the gentleman's name. It was said it was hovering on social media. The quote it's 7 P's. It's prior, proper, planning, prevents pitiful, poor performances.
That's
So
wonderful.
most entrepreneurs should have that in that should be engraved in their craft, in what they are selling, in what they are promoting. Because sometimes we find that we become intimidated by pitching, and you find that your concept it is so great that it would last us 10 years to come. So with you, my say, in 4 minutes to closing, what would be your gist in terms of the nuggets that I have just said to you? That okay, mine would be the 7 P's. So on your side would be
Excuse me, I'm not sure if I got the
okay.
question.
Okay, my you mentioned to be fearless. Number one, you mentioned to be remembered being a fearless game changer. I would say because we are changing the how things are happening, and you mentioned to be
a social entrepreneur, which we are changing things. So I don't know. That would be your closing statement, or no? That would be your. How would you like to be remembered? So now I'm asking the last one would be what keeps you going? You know, me, when I wake up in the morning, I have this routine of I ask God, Guti, "Nkulunkulu, whom can I help today?" And every day I meet one person, I am changing their lives. So in your case, what are the pattern or habit that you do daily?
So on a daily basis, I have my to-do list that I live by.
Okay. Okay.
So before I sleep, I'll be looking at what had I planned in doing for a day, and then I see what is it that I did not do that
Okay.
will be on top of my to-do list in the following morning.
Hmm.
So that is how I just keep myself up to date. So I just write down most of the things that come to mind and try to follow my to-do list on a daily basis. Yeah, that is how I just
How I
keep
just
up with daily work, because I'm actually in between things. Sometimes it is difficult to track in, each and everything that you are doing on a daily basis. So me
Okay.
getting to write things down, even things like goals and related things, it gets me committed into doing them, and I can actually judge myself at the end of the day on how productive I was during the day when I look at my to-do list and what have I ticked off.
Okay. Mr. Tandukolo Sitole say, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I so
Okay.
wish that we could stretch this and digest it and dive deeper into all these categories that we've spoken about and all the aspects. But because of time, I say, with that being said, have a beautiful and an awesome rainy day. Since it's
Same to
raining
you,
outside.
my
Okay,
same to
thank you,
you.
my son.
It has
Thank
been
you
a pleasure
so
to be here.
Thank you, my son.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Close camera. Yeah. Listen.